you gotta tear it all down, start over again. Put the key in and drive. Send your mind on down the road, past everything you know. Turn your wheels and go just to ride. Put some blacktop in front of you. Let those white lines run under you. Heading for somewhere, leaving something behind just to ride. We could burn across the desert, see those Vegas lights, take a drive down Main Street. People do it all the time. People do it all the time. Cruise up to the mountains, get close to the stars. If you find yourself unhappy where you are, just get in your car and drive. Send your mind on down the road, past everything you know. Turn your wheels and go just to ride. Put some blacktop in front of you. Let those white lines run under you. Heading for somewhere, leaving something behind just to ride. It don't matter at all, just to ride. It don't matter at all, just to ride. It don't matter at all, just to
Well, hello everybody. I hope the notification went out. Let's see, 1 second. Hey, Marie, Smiley, Carol, David, thank you for joining. Not sure if this is a good idea or a bad idea, but I got some stuff to talk about. There's a lot going on right now in every possible freaking way. So, okay. So now it is the first anniversary of the Freedom Convoy. Okay. So on January 23rd, the convoy left from the West Coast from British Columbia. The truckers left, and as they went through each province coming across Canada, more people joined the convoy. So January 23rd, they left BC. 24th, people from Alberta joined in, and so on until they worked their way. And as they went through each province, each city, it grew and grew and grew into something that I can honestly say that I have never seen in my country, in my life. Okay. It was the most amazing experience I've ever seen. People, including myself, were literally jamming up highway overpasses, waving flags, because it just came at the right moment for a lot of people. And so they arrived, the truckers officially started rolling into Ottawa around January 28th, but the most of them got there on the 29th. Okay. So, you know, as it's the first year anniversary, there's been a lot of events planned all across Canada to celebrate, because this was like This is stuff you're going to read in history books that haven't yet been written, okay? This is going to be stuff that your kids are going to read about one day. Um and it was something that I'm so glad I got to experience in real time and not just, from a sideline perspective. So, having said that, there's been a lot of events that are planned and are planning to come. So there is a World Unity Convoy, and that's going to take place in Winnipeg, Manitoba. And it's on private property, and there's a whole bunch of shit going on behind the scenes. Like you guys know me, I don't like to get involved in drama, right? But I like to watch it and I like to know what's going on. And I like to see people show their true colors. And boy, have they been doing that lately. Oh my God. So, because the event happened in Ottawa, and like I said, there's events happening all over Canada right now and will continue to happen. Probably, my guess is until the end of the convoy, when it officially ended, but that's just my guess. So, there's events planned in Ottawa, and some people went back there, and I had very mixed emotions about ever stepping foot in that city again, because I left and I was traumatized when I left. Like, seeing an LRAD machine in your face and watching police surround you and move in and kettle you and corner you and assault its own people. It was just too much, right? So, you guys, if you've seen the last live that I did, it's called Road Trip. I think the hypocrisy in democracy or something like that. That was because our toddler prime minister made an appearance in Hamilton, Ontario, which is actually, funny enough, my hometown. Now, I don't know how that became common knowledge, because, our prime minister can't be open and transparent about absolutely anything in his life, because that's just the way he is. People found out that they were going there for a 3-day retreat. Well, the night that I was there was the second night. So apparently the first night there was a lot of people. There was a lot of anger. It was definitely not the same atmosphere that I experienced in Ottawa. And I'm going to say that the temperature was pretty freaking hot. But if you go back to that last live that I did, around the 51-minute mark, I believe it is, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. There was a very, in my opinion, paramount moment when the police said that they were there to facilitate a peaceful protest, which we're legally allowed to do. Now, in my mind, that seals the deal. Case closed, right? Like, I mean, this is part of our Bill of Rights, our Charter of Rights, our fundamental freedoms, which are being stolen by the second. Okay. Well, some people have gone to Ottawa. So you know how I'm always late for lives, right? Like, you guys know I'm never here like right on time, of course, because, I get distracted with other shit. So I was catching up on some of, like, I follow people from everywhere, like different areas, because I like to know everything that's going on. So there's a dude, one of the live streamers, and I think he's on YouTube, but I know he's on Facebook. That's pretty much like the only reason why I even keep Facebook anymore, is because like live streamers for some reason like to use that platform. I don't know why, but so I was checking out some of the videos from Ottawa. Because they're, they even have a permit, and it's extremely peaceful. And in my opinion, as an observer, outsider looking in, I would say that the temperature was 100% hotter in Hamilton than it was in Ottawa. And of course, there's a heavy police presence. They have SWAT teams and the whole bit. Like, they're just throwing around their dicks, for lack of a better word. I'm just going to call it like I see it today, because I'm just in that kind of mood, and I'm not really here to mince words today. I'm just going to say it like it is. And if you don't like it, put your mask over your ears. So anyways, of course, I started watching these videos just before I was about to go live, and it started pissing me off, because I was like, okay, well, they're already arresting people for waving a Canadian flag on the Parliament. Not illegal. Okay. In Ottawa. Now, as we approach, when I can't remember the damn dates right off the top of my head at the moment, because I got so much in my head right at this particular second, but there is a World Unity tour, and many countries are going to be involved. It's not just Canada. Hey, Chris. And I wanted to see what's going on, and as it gets closer to this, I believe that there's going to be more events planned. And, you know, when they first announced this World Unity Tour, or whatever they're calling it, they first announced that it was going to be in Ottawa. So, you know, as soon as they did, Ottawa, of course, you know, swings the batons and their weight around as they do, and said, well, we're just going to ramp up on police presence. And this was in freaking January. Like, oh, actually, sorry, December 25th. It was on Christmas Day they announced it. So, you know, many of us reached out to some of the people that are involved in the road captains. I don't want to use the word organizers because it's a collective and it's not, there's no one person that is an organizer, but many of us reached out to people in the know, shall we say, and said, hey, you might want to rethink this strategy because they're already ramping up. They already threatened to use the tanks on us last time. They compared it to the January 6th insurrection in the US, which, by the way, I did look up, and it was nothing even remotely close to that, by the way. But I feel like, and this is just my opinion, and do what you want with it, because, you know, who the hell am I? I'm just a nobody. It's just me. But this is my opinion, is if you go to Ottawa, be prepared and have your head on a swivel at every single moment, and have like 16 fucking cameras on you from every angle. And I mean, if you're asking me if I'm going, I would know. I will never step foot in Ottawa again. It's an evil place, in my opinion. Bad memories. I until things seriously change. But having said that, I think the whole world can agree that we're fucked. We are in a state of like, what the fuck is going on and what are they going to do next? So it's fair to say, in my opinion, that trust has been extremely broken, and nobody trusts politicians. We never did to begin with, but now that we've seen the depths of the depravity and the willingness to just turn on its own people, I don't know where we go from here. So there's this guy, his name is Pierre Poilievre, and people keep saying, you know, he's going to be our next prime minister. And maybe that is what we need, but I have no faith in these people. But, you know, I'm very leery of people that talk a good game, because to me, in my opinion, that's a car salesman. And unless your actions support your words, like I could care less what you say. It's your actions. And believe me when I tell you, I fucking observe everything and everyone at all times, because you know why? I have ADD. I can't help it. That's the way my brain is trained. And it's a weakness, and it's a fucking great asset at many times. But I want to share with you guys a speech. And like I said, I'm on the fence because I don't trust any of them. But I just want to share with you his speech, because I gotta be honest, he is a good speaker, and that's why I'm leery of the guy. But until the shit slinging stops and actions are taken, I think they're all in it together, in my opinion, and nobody can convince me otherwise. Like nobody has the testicles that I need to see right now, and that would be, let's call an election and like just drain the fucking swamp of all the evil in every institution, everywhere. Like, I mean, so before I go into, like, you know, beast mode, I'm going to let you guys hear this speech, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to, you know, rant about it. Let me know if you can hear this.
In our country? Seriously.
Press 1 if you can hear it, please.
Look around you. Crime is raging out of control in our streets. Our people are desperate that they'll have to lose their homes because of rising inflation and interest rates the government promised would never happen. People are losing loved ones at record rates to violent crime and drug overdoses. And families who've been locked down for 2 years because of COVID are now locked down at airports when they try to get away for a small vacation.
Vacation? Who can afford that?
Everything feels broken. Oh, I just offended Justin Trudeau. He gets very angry when I talk about these problems. He thinks that if we don't speak about them out loud, that Canadians will forget that they exist. He said this to me in a very angry speech right before Christmas, where he told 2,000 Liberal lobbyists and political staffers and consultants who'd paid $500 to listen to him speak.
What?
The Canadians have never had it so good. And you know what? For the people in that room, he's absolutely right. They have never had it so good. The $1,000 a day consultants at McKinsey have never had it so good. In fact, the consulting contracts that he's given up have gone up 100% in the 8 years since he took office. Justin, these people are very grateful to you. That's why they are donating so much to your party. The lobbyists, whose contracts have also increased by 100%. Justin, they've never had it so good either. All of the political staffers around the Hill that are giving out these contracts to their long-term friends, they've never had it so good either. And with your $6,000 a night hotel rooms, you've never had it so good yourself, Justin.
Huh.
But let me tell you something, Justin. There is pain in the faces you do not see. There is suffering in the voices you do not hear. And there is distress and even chaos in the places you do not go. If you don't believe me, come with me over to the local grocery store in East End, Ottawa, where I was last night, where a 60-year-old plus cook came up to me with tears in his eyes to tell me he has to delay his retirement. But you know the thing that really broke him? That he can no longer afford the very ingredients to cook at home that he works with in his job at work. Justin, if you don't believe me, come to Northern Ontario and ask the elderly woman who lives in the cold because your carbon tax has made it too expensive for her to heat her home. If you don't believe me, Justin, come speak to the students who live in homeless shelters while they go to school, because the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Toronto after 8 years of your leadership is $2,500 a month. That's more than a 100% increase since you took office, and you've done absolutely nothing to incentivize the construction of new and affordable homes for our young people. If you don't believe me, Justin, go to the food banks, where 1.5 million people go to eat in a given month. Stay around long enough. You might hear from some of the people who come to the food bank asking for help getting medical assistance and dying, not because they're sick, but because they're too poor and too miserable after 8 years of your leadership to go on living like this. If you don't believe me, Justin, go talk to the families of the 30,000 people who've lost a loved one to drug overdoses after you favored policies that flooded our streets with heroin and fentanyl, and you tied the hands of our police and prevented them from doing anything about it. After you failed to hold the scumbag corporations who brought these drugs to our streets accountable. Companies like McKinsey, Mr. Trudeau, companies to whom you continue to give $100 million worth of contracts. Mr. Trudeau, if you don't believe me, go to the now permanent encampments that have taken over large parts of formerly prosperous and bustling communities in our cities like Vancouver, Toronto, and Peterborough.
Every city.
You don't believe me? Take a trip to the city transit, Mr. Trudeau, in Toronto, where 40 homeless people are forced to spend the night because your policies have made it impossible for them to get a home, where crime now rages out of control and women say they're afraid to even get on the train. June 17th, the Toronto TTC, a woman in her 20s, died of her injuries after she was set on fire. December 8th, a fatal stabbing on Line 2 train at High Park Station left a 31-year-old woman dead and injured. The suspect was wielding an ice pick. You don't believe me, Mr. Trudeau? Get on one of those trains and talk to the people who will tell you the story of a woman who was stabbed in the head and face on a Spadina streetcar just south of Bloor Street. She was taken to hospital with life-altering injuries. These are not one-off stories, Justin. Crime is up 32% since you took office. Violent gang crime up 92%. after 8 years in office. You are responsible for the criminal code,
92%.
for the borders that bring in the illegal guns. You are responsible for our national police force. And after 8 years, you have given Canadians cities that are turning into crime zones. This is your record, Mr. Trudeau. Meanwhile, illegal border crossings have exploded, crossings that were almost unheard of when you took office. This is 8 years. You told us that better was always possible, and yet everything is worse, and you blame everyone else. And we know what you will do this session of Parliament. You will divide to distract.
Yep.
You'll try to make people afraid of each other because you think that if an average Canadian is afraid of his neighbor, he'll forget that he can't feed himself or pay the rent. You'll try to take all of the responsibility off of yourself and to put it on others. You'll claim you have nothing to do with any of these files, as though as a federal prime minister, you're not responsible for the federal criminal code. As a federal prime minister, you're not responsible for the chaotic federal airports. That as a federal prime minister, you're not responsible for the $500 billion of federal debt that you have added that led to a 40-year high in inflation. If you're not responsible for any of these things, if you can't do anything about it, then why don't you get out of the way and let someone lead who can?
Fucking A, butter. People are giving me a standing ovation right now. And there's a reason why I'm playing this. Bear with me.
Leadership means turning the hurt that Trudeau has caused into the hope that Canadians need and deserve. Canadians are good, decent, hardworking people. They deserve better than this, and better is what they will get.
It's going to be too late then, buddy.
Our Polyev government will cap government spending, cut the waste, and fire high-priced consultants so that we can put the money back in the pockets of our people. We'll toughen corruption laws to expose the insiders who are getting rich by making everyone else poor. We will, instead of tripling the carbon tax as Trudeau plans, we will axe the tax and we will use technology instead of taxes to protect our environment.
Fucking right. $600 gas bills in 1 month? Fuck off.
We will remove the gatekeepers so that our brilliant immigrants can again work as doctors and nurses and have big, powerful, inflation-proof paychecks. We will remove the gatekeepers that stand in the way of our small businesses creating jobs and opportunities. We will remove the gatekeepers so that our First Nations can take back control of their lives and their resources and generate massive opportunities for their young people to build skills, to fund water systems that work, and to take care of their people and take control of their lives. We will divert money that's being wasted targeting law-abiding hunters and anglers, and instead use that money to reinforce our borders and keep the smuggled guns out. And we will use that money to provide real treatment and recovery to save the lives of our friends, our neighbors, our brothers and sisters who are suffering with addiction.
Instead of getting them put down like a fucking sick dog.
We will close the illegal border crossings and get rid of the backlog that holds back 1.1 million immigrants and allow families to be reunited, jobs to be filled, and refugees to be rescued from danger. We will restore the hope that Justin Trudeau and his government have destroyed over the last 8 years. We will once again make this a country where hard work pays off, where people keep more of every dollar they earn so that they can get ahead. We will remember that a dollar in the hands of the person who earned it is always better spent than in the hands of the politician or bureaucrat who taxed it. You know, we will restore the hope and the promise that is Canada. You know, we all grew up here. told that no matter where we started, if we worked hard, we could do anything. And I remember that when I was a kid. You know, my folks adopted me from a 16-year-old unwed mother. They're a couple of teachers. We grew up in a normal South End Calgary suburban neighborhood. But they always taught me that it didn't matter where I came from. It mattered where I was going. It didn't matter who I knew. It mattered what I could do. That is the country to which my wife came as a refugee. That is the country I want my
It's
children
almost
to
done.
inherit.
Just a couple
That
more
is the
minutes, and
country
there's a
that we are
reason why
going
I'm
to
playing
restore
this.
for
Hang on.
every single Canadian. A country where people are free to earn a living and share the proceeds with their families, free to walk safely in their streets, free to have a secure retirement that they've worked for all their lives. A Canada where people take back control of their lives in the freest country on earth. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to work. Let's bring it home. Thank you.
All right.
What's happening?
Now, as I've said a million times before 3 years ago, I never cared one thing about politics, and I still don't. What I care about is how it affects me, my family, my friends. Now, this part's going to be hard. I'm a very private person, okay? I keep my shit to myself. I have too much pride to bother anyone with my problems, because we all got problems in this life, and who the fuck am I? I'm no different than anybody else. Well, the reason why I played that is because a lot of what he said affects me and a lot of people that I know. This is going to be hard, you guys, because I don't do this shit. So, I've lived in the same place for almost 4 years. I have bent over backwards for this fucking landlord. I only partially blame my situation on him, but really, I blame it on the hands of these fucking bozos that are paying off their friends. And they are. And I have a whole package of information put together that will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that not only did they intentionally do this, but they're criminals and they're all in on it. And it will prove it. But you can't fight the casino because the house always wins. And I wouldn't even be able to put the information out there because they will fucking censor it, as I'm on my 5th channel for a reason, okay? Well, I don't know if you guys are aware, like some of my friends are watching and they're in the US and it's been a war of, let's just keep taxing everybody. And you can't tax people, like you can't take blood from a stone, but they're trying. So what that means for someone like myself who doesn't have a spouse or kids or any sort of government fucking handouts, is that they're trying to wipe us out, meaning me. And I don't even want to tell you how close they are doing that. So interest rates keep rising, blah, 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 fight back and forth between the government because they keep printing money, and then the central bank because they want to swing their dicks around and show that they have more power over the toddler. And the people that are stuck in the middle are us, is people like me. The people that don't matter. So what I'm saying is that my landlord's mortgage has gone up so much that when you have rentals in Canada, specifically in Ontario, there's only so much a percentage that you can only raise your rent each year, and it's very low, and it's not even close to the amount of interest. So they can only raise your rent 2.5% of what you're currently paying, and the interest rates have gone up. I don't even know how many percentage, but it's like over $1,000 a month, and he's eating that cost. So I get it from a business perspective, but from a human perspective, it puts me in a very fucking bad spot. So I've known this for a while, and I've tried looking, and do you know, I remember this in Calgary during the boom. You know, people, it was so, like, Calgary was built for a city of 100,000 people, and at its peak had 1.5 million people. So they didn't have enough housing to go around, and people were desperate, and they were renting out people's garages for, like, you know, $1,200 a month just to live in a garage, just so you weren't on the street, right? Well, you know what they're doing here in Ontario now? They're renting out shared fucking rooms, like a personal bedroom, and you have to share it with a stranger. I don't fucking think so. I've looked in every fucking city. Like, I mean, you can only push people so fucking far. And that point for me was like 3 years ago. And how I've managed to not go completely off the charts, fucking just full on beast mode, I don't know, because I've just been waiting to see what happens, to see, you know, how things play out, maybe to see if somebody else will do it before me, you know, but nobody's coming to save us. And it's only about to get worse. And this isn't like, you know, poor me, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. Like, this is why I don't talk about my own personal shit, because I'm not a fucking victim. And I refuse to play into that, because I have already been through and survived more shit than most average person could handle or would be able to navigate. And how I've done it, I can't really tell you. But now, so, you know, having all of this knowledge in mind, I've been, like, you know, trying to make other plans and shit like that. Well, I came home on Friday night, and there's a fucking notice in my mailbox. And I don't know if I'm more pissed off at the fact that my landlord did me dirty, or that I'm in the situation that I'm in, but I didn't get any proper notice, and I have a hearing on Tuesday. So Friday night at 6:30 is when I seen this notice. Too late to call a lawyer or anything. So I technically have one business day, which is Monday, which is tomorrow, to try and contact someone, because so now what he's doing, and all of the landlords are going to start doing this, is he's saying that he wants the unit for his own personal use. And I know what he's going to do. He's going to fix it up and run it out and charge twice the rent. And who wouldn't, from a business perspective? But what he doesn't realize is that if he takes me to the tribunal and it gets granted, and I'm forced to evict, and he does not move in here for at least a minimum of 1 year, he can be fined. I think it's up to either $50,000 or $100,000. And I don't know all of I really don't even care what happens to him. I'm more concerned about what fucking happens to me. Actually, I'm more concerned about what happens to fucking Dakota, to be honest with you. Because if I have to get rid of my dog, that's game over, man. Like, there's no. He's the only reason why I can even fucking do this shit. And I know it sounds stupid to some people, but I don't have kids. You know what I mean? Dogs have always been my kid. Like, I mean, I never wanted to bring kids into this world for a reason. Now I understand why that is when you take a look around and see reality. I'm glad I made that choice. But if I could, I would have 1 million dogs and rescue them and save them all. But I mean, what do you do? So, the reason why I'm talking about this is because I'm experiencing a level of panic that I have never fucking experienced in my entire life. I've never had this situation. I have never not had a place to go, but everybody's like full house, right? Like, I mean, it's just the way we're forced to live now. And I don't know if it was on this channel or on my other channel or where the fuck it was, but I was saying, I think it was actually on this channel. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was on my way home when I was talking to myself from, screaming a bunch of swear words at the cops in front of the hotel waiting for the fucking toddler to come out. But he hid like a bitch. Shocker. It's tough times for everybody right now, but you really don't know what somebody's struggling with in this fucking life, man. And a person can only take so much, and they're doing it on purpose. I'm telling you guys this for a fucking reason, okay? This isn't done by accident, and it's only going to get worse. But when you hear about these stories, I want you to remember that there's real fucking people involved. And if something happens, to those people, I expect people to remember their fucking name. They say, contact your fucking MP and all this shit. I've done that actually. I luckily for me, I have a good one who's on our side, and he used to be a former prosecutor, and he's been all over Trudeau's ass for a long time now. And I reached out to him a couple months back because I seen the writing on the wall, and I was starting to feel the pressure because it's like I can't even find a fucking hotel room that will accept my dog. And we're a package deal. That's just the fucking way it is. So I reached out to him and I explained my situation. I was like, they're very targeted in the people that they choose to help. So they want you to rely on government, okay? They want you to accept fucking handouts. They want you to live on their system by their rules. So you do what they say, so they own you and you're relying on them, and not this bitch, okay? So I reached out to my MP and I said my story, and I was just like, when they say that people are applying for medical assistance and dying because they can't afford to live, I said, if it comes to that for me, this is my name and I want you to fucking talk about it. And I want you to tell them in that fucking House of Parliament, I want them to know my name. But I'm a fighter and I don't give up. But a person can only take so much, man. And I am at my fucking limit. Now, I don't know how long this whole process takes. I don't know if I can get a lawyer to extend it because I think they're supposed to serve you, and I think there's some sort of process to this. I don't know, but imagine coming home Friday night at 6:30 and knowing that you have a court hearing and have no legal counsel. And what can I say? If he says he's going to move in here, I have to wait until it happens and then go after him after the fact. But what happens to the people in the meantime? But nobody gives a fuck, right? Until it's you. Until it's your loved one. Then you might care. And that's why I pay attention to all these lying fucking car salesmen, con artists, fucking criminals. Because I want to remember what they fucking said. And if I had the power, man, I would clean house like you wouldn't even... it's hard to talk about things like this because, like I said before, I'm a very private person, and I don't know, man. I've never been in this situation before, and when you threaten somebody's security, like the roof over their head, it puts a panic in me that I've never, well, yeah, I have experienced, and that's when Andrew died. But that was a different set of circumstances all in and of itself too. So, but that's the only time I've ever felt the way that I'm feeling now. But like, I'm strangely calm at this point because I think I've almost accepted like what will be, and the way it plays out is just life, man. Just a fucking number. Like, I can't believe the failures. I can't even recognize this fucking country anymore. Laws mean nothing. They openly break laws and are proud about it. People now are, and I'm not even kidding you when I say this, are literally walking into stores. I've seen this guy walk into a store with a fucking roller what do you call it, suitcase in the dollar store, and I could tell he was, I don't want to judge him because I'm gonna be fucking living right beside him in a minute. He walked in and I go up to the teller and he's all like kind of scrunchy face, right? Like I always talk to this guy, so I knew him, right? Like I was kind of, hey, how you doing? Blah blah blah. He's like, don't you love it when people just walk in and just fucking come in and fill up their suitcase and walk out? I'm like, are you gonna stop him? And he's like, no, we're not allowed to. And I'm like, what do you mean you're not allowed to? I've seen Canadian Tire take people out, like right down for not wearing a mask, and you're just gonna let this guy go and fill up an empty suitcase and just let him walk out. But that's what it's come to. I mean, this is the world we live in these days, you guys. Like, and it's only gonna get worse. What are we waiting for? Them to come on TV because they're so honest and transparent with the people to say, hey, guess what? You guys better buckle down because we're in the middle of fucking World War III. But no, they're not going to do that. They're going to deny it. And we're just going to keep funding a war that we have no business being involved in. And I don't support war. Innocent people dying, innocent people's kids dying for a fight that isn't even theirs to begin with. And if they manage to not get killed over there and they come back and they have severe PTSD, you know what Canadian government tells them to do? Well, you're just a leech on our fucking medical care system. So why don't you apply for medical assistance in dying? And I swear to God, you guys, like I would never lie to you. Like you can Google this shit. It's for real. It's happening. And it almost sounds like, holy fuck, it's unbelievable. They would never do that to people. But yeah, it's really happening. And yeah, they would do that to people because we are no longer people. We are a number on the back of our birth certificate that is registered with the government of Canada. And we are all expendable and we mean nothing to nobody. And that's a sad fucking harsh reality when it's in your face. When I go full on beast mode, like I'm telling you right now, man, if it happens, like I'm trying hard to not make it happen. But if I'm going down with a fucking bang. Let's just put it that way. Because, if this was my fault, I would own it. If I did something wrong, I make, I guess, not enough money anymore for these times that we're in, but not horrible money. Like I don't make minimum wage. I make, but I don't have a second income to supplement that, right? So everything is on my own, and all of the things that they're taxing, like, I mean, $600 gas bills for 1 month, like, fuck off, turn the heat off and put on the fucking oven. Like, I mean, holy shit, and you can't even make this shit up. Now they, now they want to fucking ban gas stoves, okay, if you have a gas stove. So because they're now they're saying they're unsafe. Well, fuck off. So there was there was a woman who locked herself in her bedroom and was wearing a fucking mask because she is now afraid of her stove. Like, I mean, oh my God, people cannot be this fucking stupid and easily manipulated by bullshit. And if they are, then maybe I need to be in charge of these people and tune them in to fucking reality and not the clown world that these people are fucking living in. And they don't care. And you know why they don't care? Because Justin Trudeau came from this world. He came from privilege. He went to private school and he had servants, and his dad was a fucking prime minister who ironically was the last time used what was called at that time the War Measures Act. So we have this, you know, glorified mock trial that you would hold in fucking school as a commission to justify, you know, their actions towards declaring war on their own people. Half the information is redacted. It was a fucking joke. Trudeau got to handpick who fucking presides over the case, who happens to be a longtime Liberal supporter, donated, you know, like $70,000 to this party. And guess what? Because we're so fucking transparent here, he gets to get the fucking decision 2 weeks before the general public. How's that for transparency? No accountability, nothing. I mean, I swear to God, like, maybe you can call me a conspiracy theorist for this, but I observe people and I observe actions and I observe patterns and data and a lot of different things. I've been management for a long time, so the way I process things is different. And I look at patterns to see, and history to see where future is leading us. And if I didn't know better, I would swear they're doing all this shit on purpose so somebody does go beast mode. So, I mean, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, they're trying to wipe out the middle class. I apologize. I've been not paying attention to the comments. But yeah, but they need to get with reality. They need to go and you know, they are trying to censor our speech in Canada. It's called Bill C-11, okay? It's an online streaming act. They literally want, and already do, don't fool yourself when I tell you that they aren't already doing it. We know this. Fifth Channel, hello. They want to monitor, censor, and control the algorithms of what we stream, what we post, what we say, who we communicate with, what we watch, everything. They already control the news media, right? But yeah, they're taking it a step further, wiping out our freedom of speech. And you know why they're doing it? Because they're claiming misinformation and malinformation and disinformation. They just make up all these new fucking words with no meaning. But the real thing is the ones that are making the accusations about people are the ones that are, in my opinion, causing the problems. You don't need to censor the truth. If it was, you know, if you got nothing to fear, then fucking let her buck, bud. What's your problem? I had my channel wiped out when I was in Ottawa, live streaming what was going on in Ottawa because they didn't want to have alternative media out there because it was going against what mainstream was saying about it being an insurrection and all these other things. And everybody's hugging and dancing and feeding each other and shoveling the streets. Like, I mean, it's just you know, but why do you need to censor people unless you're afraid? And what would you have to fear if you're one of these people? You would fear what we're doing now, and that's people coming together. And they arbitrarily select certain individuals without rhyme or reason. I'm sure there's a formula for that I'm not privy to. But the reason why I speak out against these people that they're targeting is because at any given point in time, that could be me, it could be you, it could be anybody. I just found out that the other day, not only is Jeremy McKenzie, a former veteran, not allowed to have a bank account within Canada at any banking institution now, neither are any of the people that are or were previously involved with the convoy in Ottawa. They can't have bank accounts either. I just found that out the other day. Chris Barber is one. He was on Mark Friesen on his YouTube channel, and I just found out the other day that they've registered as a not-for-profit, all of this whole thing, and none of them can get bank accounts. What are you supposed to do if you can't get a bank account? How are you supposed to pay your mortgage? How are you supposed to pay your rent? How are you supposed to cash your fucking paycheck and pay your goddamn taxes? Oh, that's a good one. You know, riddle me that. How you know, what about, have you guys heard of these 15-minute cities that they're working on and have been for many, many years, and people didn't know it? So what that involves, and there's a whole website behind this, and you know, I can put this up later. I'm streaming from my phone, so I can't pull it up at the moment. But I was watching Ron Clark. He's a good dude, man. And I was watching him the other day, and he was talking about the 15-minute cities, which we all know about. But he actually pulled up the website and started to discuss what that will actually look like, and what it will look like, what it means for the average person, and what phase they're in, and what these phases look like. So what their proposal is that they want to have everything readily accessible to you within a 15-minute radius, because, you know, green, whatever, right? But they go on to say on this website, and when this stream posts, I can include it if I can find the damn website that he used. But I don't know if it's a suggestion. I don't know if it's implemented yet. I don't know if it's a proposal. I'm not sure what stage they're at with, as in terms of how it's actually going to look, but they're only going to allow you to leave your 15-minute range up to 100 times per year. Now, that may not sound like a big deal to people, but I commute for work 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year. I think that's about 250 fucking times right there. So what's it going to look like when I tell my employer that I can only work 2 days a week? Because you know, maybe they'll shut my car down, or maybe I can't access money, or, you know, whatever, however they're gonna, you know, browbeat you into submission. I mean, why don't they just do what they want to do to us and just put us in concentration camps? Because that's what it feels like, because I feel like I'm being suffocated in a metaphorical type of way, if that makes sense. And I don't know if I just took my freedoms for granted, or what. But yeah, this is already happening. They've already got them. There's some in Edmonton, there's some in Alberta, and actually the city I'm currently living in was designed that way. And I found that out about 6 years ago when we had a flood and they shut down half of the city. And they didn't come out and say that it's a 15-minute city and this is what we're doing and this is, you know, the way of the future. What they said was, this is how the city was designed, was for the event of, you know, a natural emergency, that we can shut down areas of the city, you know, and keep people immobilized. If only I had paid attention back then. But it wasn't affecting my life, so I didn't really give a shit. I'll be honest and say, hey, I didn't give a fuck about any of this stuff, none of it. And if I were a person that wasn't affected by it, I'd probably listen to me and be like, you are fucking not right, girl. There's something not right with you. But you might not see it now, but I'm telling you, there's going to be a day when it's going to affect your life in some sort of way, either yourself or someone you know. And it's going to be like, I wish I listened to that fucking crazy bitch back then. But hey, live and learn. You know, I learned things the hard way myself. I can't criticize anybody for anything. So who the hell am I? Freedom definitely isn't free anymore. And it makes me sick, because I'm not the type to ask for permission. I'm the type to beg for forgiveness. You know, I think I demonstrated in that video when I was in Hamilton. There was a line and I was literally walking on the line, and I know where it is and I know what I can do and what I can't do. And sometimes, you know, I go on a fucking rip and I overstep the line and I lose a YouTube channel, and then whatever, like, or whatever, you know. Nothing too terrible. I know people a lot worse, like, believe me. I just say things that everybody thinks, you know. I don't go over the line. But, you know, at one point in time, Jeremy Mackenzie was a decorated war veteran who served in the Canadian Armed Forces for 14 and a half years and retired and didn't have a criminal offense. But because he was on the opposition, which we don't seem to have in this country, they targeted him. They have criminally charged him in 3 different provinces. He's currently on house arrest. He can't get a bank account ever in Canada. I mean, you better look through the fine print at your bank and make sure that you don't, you know, overstep and piss off the wrong person or whatever, and find yourself in this position. And you know, I even thought it at first. I'm like, well, did something happen? Like, did you go into the bank? Did you get in a fight with somebody? He's like, no, I wasn't even in there. And he's like, everybody keeps asking me, what did I do? And he's like, straight up nothing. Because they don't want to be on that list. Who does? And you know what scares me the most out of all of it is, like, who is the person that gets to decide whether you're the problem or not, or whether they're going to tolerate you people for just a little bit longer because you're still a fucking useful idiot to them until you're not. What's that threshold? What's that line? What's the point? Where is that point? Can somebody let us know in advance so we don't overstep it and then find out the hard way? You know? And I'm old school, man. Like, don't talk to me about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency and all this other bullshit, because I'm not going to even listen. Or digital anything. Like, no. It's no. You can't reinvent the wheel for some people. And I'm not even a boomer. So, like, how are you going to explain this to baby boomers, man? Like, you know, how are you going to sell it to them and explain it to them? Like, I'm not a baby boomer, but I'm definitely not if I can do it on a phone, I prefer to do it on a phone than even open my goddamn laptop anymore, because it's been so long since I've used my laptop that I'm not even good at it anymore. I'm like a rookie all over again. It's kind of weird and sort of funny. I don't live stream when I've been drinking, and there's a reason for that. Because there's evidence. I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? Memories are bad enough at times. I'm glad I grew up in the time that I did, and there's no evidence of any of it anywhere on any social media, because the internet did not exist at that point. And we were the last generation that had it the best, and we didn't even fucking know it. You're a boomer? Well, I keep trying to talk to my dad about stuff, and he's just very set in his ways. And, you know, a year ago, we couldn't even talk, period. Like, I would try to bring up one simple subject and he'd be yelling, and I would be in his house for 5 minutes and then I'd have to leave because we got in a fight already. Like, I mean, and I'm not kidding. Like, he's just, you know, now I can last maybe 15 minutes and we get in a fight and then I leave. So, you know, we've come a long way in a year, 10 minutes. We've come a whole extra 10 minutes in a year before I say something that he doesn't like and is like, nah, you know. But I guess I get it. I don't know. He's set in his ways. He's stubborn. He's old. I don't fucking know. Maybe one day I'll be like that. Maybe I'm already like that. Who fucking knows? Maybe that's why I'm having a hard time grasping this new concept of, you know, this globalist bullshit. And, I don't know. It's not the Canada I grew up in. It's not what I know. It's not what I signed up for. And, you know, we are supposed to have a democracy, but when you voice your opinions, they censor you, they criminally charge you, they debank you, they fucking ruin your life in every possible way and make sure that you drain yourself of every financial resource, alienate yourself from a lot of people. Jeremy's very lucky. He's got a lot of fucking support. Some people don't have that shit. So, you know, there you go. I'm Gen X, and I'm glad to be. And I don't know. We're stuck in the middle between the boomers and the fucking millennials, and it's just like, what the fuck do we do? You know what I mean? And a lot of the boomers are retiring. Like at my workforce, in my workplace, sorry, a lot of people are retiring. And if they haven't retired, they are about to within the next 1 or 2 years. So the workforce is changing. That's why they call it the industrial wave, right? Like, I mean, either you get with it or you get left behind. But what's it going to look like when it's our turn for our generation, which is coming up, to be in charge? And I don't even want to include Trudeau in our generation because he's so far removed from reality that I have secondhand embarrassment for the guy. Like, he should just walk around with a fucking paper bag on his head because he can't even walk out in public without 50 fucking people around him. But the guy that I let you listen to, who's a car salesman, I'm still on the fence on whether or not I believe him until I see him actually put things in motion and make shit happen instead of just shit slinging. He goes out and talks to people. He'll go to the slums. He'll talk to anybody, and he don't even need a fucking bodyguard. So what's that tell you? But the fact that none of these people have the testicles to call an election makes me doubt every single last one of them. And until one of them does, I think they're all crooked. And even if they do that, that's only the beginning. That's the fucking start point, of the race where everybody's lined up and you're waiting for the fucking whoever the race keeper referee to shoot the gun. And I'm not saying can't use that word, but I'm saying the race, right? Like, I mean, that's the starting point. And it's not like a fucking 100-meter dash or 100 whatever. We're talking like a 60,000-mile fucking yard dash. In my opinion, we have come so far away from trust and respect and humanity that I don't even, in my opinion, I don't think it can be fixed. Some people are still hopeful. I am not. But I don't want to be one of those people that are like, the glass is half full. In my opinion, the glass is empty and broken. But for some people, it may not be. And if it's not, then hey, cheers to you. Cheers to you. Yep. And that's why I finally realized that, I'm at a point now where it could go either way for me. And I have explored all my options. I've made preparations if needed, if I choose certain avenues. And, but I'm still on the fence, but I've got till Tuesday to fucking figure it out. So, I mean, I won't be sleeping till Tuesday, and I could care less about material shit. I mean, at the end of your life, it's not material stuff that matters. The only thing that I care about is my dog. And if I can't give him a good home and I have to part with him, I've owned dogs my entire life, and I've never, ever, like, to me, they're a lifelong commitment. You get them and you keep them until it's their time, right? And if I have to give him up for someone that can provide him better than what I can, try not to think that way, but I mean, the clock's ticking, That's fucking hilarious. I don't want to, again, this is not about political views, but personally, Trump would be good for Canada because he approved the pipeline. And the day that Biden got in, the very first day, he canceled the pipeline. And do you know how many thousands and thousands of people were out of work because of that one decision in Canada? It destroyed our economy. It put Alberta into a recession. They're the energy province. That's where the pipelines were coming from. And in one single solitary day, that motherfucker who needs a life alert and a compass came in and destroyed thousands of people's lives and probably has no memory of it. Sorry, but like I said, I'm not here to mince words. And if people disagree, I'm totally good with that. Like, I mean, it's not, you know, it's as much as they're trying to put us all into this one size fits all type of world, it's not. And I respect other people's views, even if they're different than mine. I can respectfully disagree. But it is what it is. And I call it like I see it. And I'm not a fucking idiot, man. And I wasn't born at night. I was born at night, not last night. Okay. God damn it. I think we need a song because, you know, like I'm getting a little worked up here, and we don't want beast mode to get engaged yet. Like, we still have, I think, about 36 hours before that needs to happen. So hang on 1 second and let me find something that might do it. 1 second. Let me find a song that explains my fucking funny. Let's see here. Oh, you're gonna play a fucking video. Does anybody have that video free shit? YouTube? I'm not giving them money. I can't even keep his channel long enough. Fuck off.
If only we could fly. Them biscuit style. John Otto. Listen to the Matthews Bridge. Can you feel it? A different generation. Do you know where you are? Welcome to the jungle, punk. Take a look around. Let's let biscuit stuck you down. We downloaded the shockwave for all the ladies in the cave to get your groove on. And maybe I'm the one who flew over. Who goes next? Who got who's next? Generation Next, Generation Strange. I'm leaving shit up to our way to play. Go ahead and talk about me.
Oh, does it? Okay, then there goes that idea. I have my laptop, but the sound on it sucks, so I need speakers, and I have a Bluetooth speaker, but I can't figure out how to hook it up to my laptop because you know that old chestnut. But anyways, so let's try something different then. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can do this without fucking booting myself, because I do that a lot. One second. Oh, maybe I don't have the fucking link. Uh-oh. Hang on. Okay, one sec. Let me see if this works. If I boot myself, I'll be right back. You guys know the drill by now. If anybody wants to come on. Don't poke the bear, though. Don't poke the bear. If you do, Lord have mercy on your soul. Up to. Sorry, I can't read that very good. What does that say? Why is Trump closing up? I don't know. Like, I'm having a hard time of keeping track of Canada's events. I heard that there's some sort of deal and or maybe perhaps / a treaty that may be in the works between Canada and the US that would supersede your constitution and our constitution. And we all know that it wouldn't be favorable for any of us. I do not have confirmation of that yet, so please take that with a grain of salt. I don't like to put out bad information unless I have it confirmed. Yeah, I don't agree with any at all. But I think in the US, you guys have term limits, right? And we do not. I just found that out. Like, see, this is how much I know about politics. Like I'm so mad about all of these things, but I don't know how to change them. And the people that could change them get shot down with the authority to be able to do them because, like, do you think that these people want their skeletons open? I wish I could share the screen with you right now because I would love to show you what Justin's half brother has to say about him. Dude, who's backstage? Can you show me your face just so I know you're not a troll? And then I'll let you on. You don't have to go on camera, but I don't know who you are, so. I'll be more than happy to let you on. You don't have to go on camera on the screen, but I need to see who you are before I let you on the panel because born at night, not last night. Fuck that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that's the rules. Sorry if I don't know you, man. You got to fucking show me who you are. And if I've never seen you in my chat before, like, sorry. Can't fucking con a con, man. It's the way she rolls. I don't really define any one particular party, but I don't like my choices being limited by other people's egos, if that makes sense. I want to be left the fuck alone to live a life that I choose. I want to live by the sword and die by the sword. If I make a mistake or if I make a decision, that's my choice, not because it's the only one I had. We have our own issues about the whole, and you have to be very careful the way you discuss these issues. What they're doing in Canada with these shows with the children is extremely uncomfortable if you're asking my opinion, but hey, it is a fucking clown world, except actually I do have a clown horn and it's out in my car, but I'm not going out to get it right now. Yeah, Chris, come on if you want. I don't know. I fear for the children. I'm so glad I didn't have any. That's all I can say. Because if my no way, man, no. All you gotta do is scroll through my videos and look for the one David Menzies at the school board. He trolled those bitches real good. And maybe that's the approach we need to start taking is beat them at their own game. But see, I don't slither with snakes. You know what I do with them? I chop them off at the head. I've been in management for most of my adult life. And I've had some pretty large teams, like 75 guys I was in part responsible for. And I've taken over hostile takeovers and shit like that. I've dealt with this my entire professional working life. And you know what you do when you walk into a problematic environment? You take the person with the biggest mouth and you go after them and you make the example out of them, because you know why? They go around and tell everybody and they do your job for you. And it shows the people that you're not one to be fucked with. And that's what they're doing. So, none of this shit's new to me, but it's on a scale, all the political red tape. There's so much fat that needs to be trimmed from the fucking payroll of the government that, it's bullshit. Yeah, I wouldn't want kids either. I didn't even want them when I was young. Thank God. For some reason, I had the foresight to be like, no way. But I looked at them as little suitcases back then. You know what I'm saying? Because I like to go wherever I want, whenever I want, right? And I was just like, well, spontaneous life as you know it will be over. Even though I'm very old and I don't really, live that lifestyle anymore. But I'm glad for the current state of events that I don't have to worry about that. But I do have nieces, and one of them is 18 and the other one's still brand new. She's not even a year old yet. And I'm very concerned for what this world is going to look like for them. I'll tell you that. I don't even want to think about it, to be honest with you. I fear for them. I think my brother was crazy to have a kid at his age. First of all, he was in his 40s and had his first baby. And I was like, are you insane? Oh my God. But hey, different strokes for different folks. You know what I mean? Not my life, not my problem. But did you not think of what, is happening? Or is your head in the sand? I don't know. And it's not even a matter of affordability. It's a matter of humanity. What's the world going to look like? I don't even want to think about it. I hope I have fucking Alzheimer's by then, or whatever. Natural selection takes over. I don't know, but I'm not. No. Well, I can't say, Biden's any better. I really can't. He doesn't even know where the fuck he is half the time, and he can't even find his way off the stage. And even when his handlers go get him, he still don't know which way to go. He needs a life alert and a compass, man. And this guy is running a country, and they're pushing us into a war that I don't think they comprehend the consequences of. It's not even about affordability. It's about practicality. It's about stability. Like, what is this world going to look like for them? And for someone that doesn't even have kids, that's a concern that I have. I don't know why. I mean, I have enough of my own fucking worries. You know what I'm saying? You'd think I'd be concerned about that, but I worry more about other people, you know, helping them or shit like that than I do about my own self. Look at the situation I'm in, and I give no fucks. Like, it is what it is. Like, if it's my time, it's my time. It's just the way the world goes, you know? Are you in your 60s now? No, I am not. Thank you, though. I'm gonna go put my fucking head in the oven. Good thing it's electric. I am not in my 60s. I'm in my 40s. Do I sound like I'm in my 60s? Oh my god. I wonder if you're a troll. I got my eye on you, batters. Fuck. Oh my god. I don't know. I mean, we all have issues all over the world. This is the thing, you know, and how they think that this whole one world, one rule is going to work for every country is just get your head out of your asses, bud. Well, see, I knew there was something about him. Like when I said, show your face or you're not getting on the panel, he dipped out. So I was like, troll. Are you in your 60s, Mr. Batters? Show your face. You see mine on the screen. Why is anybody in fear of anything? You know, I had to laugh at dude's video and he's like, women are afraid to walk alone at night. And I thought, the fuck they are. I fear for them. Anybody touches me, man, I got so much pent up rage. I fear for them, not for me. I have no fears. I will walk to the store in the middle of the night, and I do live in the hood, and I don't care. Fuck. That's kind of funny and kind of racist at the same time that you make that comment. Okay, I've never seen him before. That's why I was like, I'm not letting you on my screen because I'm not fucking stupid. This isn't my fucking first channel. Yeah, you don't need to show your face, Chris. I know who you are. Okay, hang on. What up? Hey, I know you're not a troll.
What did you just say? I was just laughing at you. Just said something there. What the fuck did you just say?
Who knows? How far back are we talking?
Like not that long ago, a couple minutes ago.
About what? Do you know what it was about?
I don't know, man. I want to go back now. I was trying to get my stupid lamp going behind me, and I can't get it going. It's got a short in it.
The last thing I said before you came on was, you know, in that video they were talking about women are afraid to walk alone at night, and I was like, not me, man. I fear for them. Like, if that's what you're talking about, I don't know, but how far back are we talking? Else. Like,
might have been talking about the guy that was trolling here, or whatever the hell. I don't know.
I dig troll sometimes. Like, I control a troll. Like, let's play, let's rumble. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not letting someone on my screen that I don't know, never seen in my chat before. You like me? Well, that's good. You might not later, but hey, not everyone has good taste. What can I say? What's the gas price in your guys' area? Like, where do you guys live right now? What is the gas price? Because I'm curious about that at the moment.
My wife's pissed right now because our fucking gas bill just doubled, man.
Well, I'm talking about
our house gas bill.
Yeah, well, I don't even look at my bills right now because I'm afraid. Like,
right?
Yeah,
no, I don't even fucking doubled. It went up 100. Our gas price went up 100%, man. Like, basically, that's like, fuck. There's used to be laws against that where they would only allow it to. You weren't allowed to fucking gouge that much. You had to go small baby steps. You know, that's what ombudsmen were for. That's what the government was supposed to do. Is supposed to keep them from fucking just blatantly fucking coming out and going, no, your rent's going to go from $700 to $2,000 now, and your gas is going to go from $80 to $260. Like, fuck, what the fuck, man?
Well, do you see why I'm like ready to fucking go beast mode soon because, like, I mean, I'm at my limit, dude. Like, I'm getting hit from every angle. The cost of gas just to travel to go and make a paycheck that everybody wants to fucking pillage and steal. I can't soon do because, well, I mean, you know, do you choose to keep the lights on or do you choose to put gas in your car? Like, I mean, what do you do?
You gonna move to Bigot Street or what, man? Come on, move to Bigot Street. I would love to have you as a neighbor, man.
I don't know. I don't know. We'll talk about that later. I got some concerns about that, and I don't want to say why on public.
Well, it's because it's a friggin' frat house. That's why.
Well, that's probably one of them, but that's not the only one. So don't get me in a bad situation, fucker, or I'll be living on your front porch.
No, there are a couple of bachelors. Like you're gonna be a chick with a dog living with a
yeah, exactly. And I'll just put this out here, okay? I have a lot of guy friends, and I have no problem as a girl being friends with dudes.
Fucking guys.
But the problem is like a lot of my guy friends, even just friends that I've known for like 3 years, are all of a sudden like overstepping their bounds, and it's like, don't make me fucking punch you in the throat. I don't want to fucking rate your nudes. I don't want to tell you that you fucking repulsed me. Like, well, I mean. You're
maybe
67.
That's what they need.
Well, no, listen, it's not my place to tell people. They need to know that they're fucked, okay? Like, it's not my place. Listen, I know I'm fucked, and it is what it is. I don't hide my shit. But other people are very, you know, sneaky and manipulative and just, I just want an unbiased opinion. What's this picture look like? You know, will you rate a nude? Like, no, fuck off, loser. I've known you for 3 years. I work with you. That makes it super uncomfortable. Like,
I wouldn't recommend somebody to one friend to another friend. Like, I wouldn't do that, man. Like, I trust these guys and I trust you, right? And that's like Jeremy says, find your friends, man. That's the least we can do, man, is try to help each other out. So if someone's fucking falling on hard times,
don't get me wrong.
It's up to us to help each other out, man. Right,
dude, I appreciate the sentiment behind what you're trying to do, and
that's fine. It's all I can do. I try to think of solutions. I don't want to sit here and just.
I hear you, but let's talk about this privately, please, because
yes.
I've already opened up a little bit about my situation. I don't need to fucking disclose my whole shit.
Thing, man. I fucking said all kinds of stupid shit on the fucking live, and you know it should probably not have been said, but about my sister and shit, that wasn't good.
Well, I don't know. Anyway, and if you haven't lost a YouTube channel yet, you're not even on their fucking radar, so you're good to go. Don't worry.
Well, I guess I'm. Matt was saying that I've been delisted or something like that.
No, you're probably
or low content. They dropped me down because I've been saying stuff or whatever, so they don't fucking
shadow banned. Like if I'm shadow banned because I still have a strike. So whatever. Like it is what it is.
I don't care. Like anybody, like that's the joke that Grant and I always say. Anytime anybody watches me online, it's like it's time you'll never get back. We joke about that, right?
Yeah.
Because it's only us that listen to each other. Like we all know what the fuck's going on, and we didn't. And with me, I hear Rage go on, I hear Fairy go on, I hear Derek go on, I hear Greg Wycliffe, all of them, man. They all make super sense. We all know what's going on. But we got to start thinking about solutions, man. Like I'm tired of hearing.
I have a ton of solutions, but the thing is there's so much political red tape, and the thing is, it is not an immediate solution. And right now, the state that we're in, we need immediate solutions, not fucking 3-year plan how we're gonna get there.
Yeah.
We need to, you know,
a tourniquet, not a Band-Aid, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like I mean, you can put fucking a Band-Aid on a fucking gaping wound, but it's still gonna bleed you to death in the meantime. Like, fuck.
Yeah, it's getting silly.
So as far as, you know, what we can do, we can't, because, you know, you do the proper things, like they say, oh, contact your MPs, blah, 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 do this, do that. Then people go down to fucking Ottawa to be heard, and he hides through his bunkers and runs away because he can't face reality.
Just gotta let my cat out. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Like I said to you guys before earlier in this stream, I have a whole website that someone took the time to put together all of this information all in one place, including links, every single thing that you would need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these people are guilty of numerous crimes. But I tried showing one video and I got a strike. I mean, and that wasn't even the whole package. Like, I would sink their battleship, man, and they don't want that out. I wish I knew more about what was going on in the
That's why
state.
I'm hearing the echo.
What?
I'm hearing you in the background. I had to get rid of one of the. I had 2 windows open. That's why I was hearing an echo.
Yeah, you can't have YouTube open and not get an
And
echo.
screen there. Yeah. I figured that out. I'm learning, man. It's taking me a while. How's the sound? Is my sound okay or what?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, this fucking. You should check out this speaker, man. Matt bought me it, man. That's the guy I was telling you about down the road. He watched that stream where I passed out, and he realized that nobody could hear me, so he bought me this fucking speaker.
I was gonna get my megaphone out and start yelling at you, like, get the fuck off.
Check this out. This looks like friggin' professional.
I can't see that shit.
It's hard to see, yeah, because the light in here sucks. It's got the screen to it. It's got a little sock that goes over it.
I wish I knew more about what was going on in America to join this conversation, but all I can say is no matter where you are, is that these people in power have these invisibility shields that bullshit just repels off it. It just bounces right off of it, and they are exempt from anything.
Here's the deal, Joe Vitale. Trump had the authority to bring home stuff. Joe Biden did not have the authority. When you're the president, you have the authority to have classified documents and declassify stuff. Joe Biden did not have the authority to declassify things to take home. There's a big difference between that. President, vice president, difference in classifications.
Well, what about his son? I don't think his son had the authority to do anything, and I don't know the details, so I try to stay away from stuff I don't.
No, Hunter Biden made tons of money off the shit he was fucking reading in the garage, right next to the vet.
All I can say is right now is the only saving grace that we have in all of this madness right now is Elon Musk for the Twitter files, because everything is coming to light, and that's why people are at an all-time fucking rage level. Because the truth is coming out.
Yeah, well, and they can't hide it.
Nope.
Right? They can't. They're trying their best. They're trying their best, like the liberal, all the lefties and all the swamp.
Yeah.
Is trying their best to stick their fingers in all the holes and try to plug all the holes, and they can't.
Go ahead and pull the video down after it's had 78 million views. Yeah, like, woo-hoo.
More heart attack guns, man. Come on, let's go.
Yeah. I don't know.
He's dead now. Fuck him.
See, like, we're in Canada, so I don't even know what the details are. Again, I don't like to talk about things I don't fully know the details of. I don't want to sound like an idiot. Yeah. Well, I try to keep up on what's going on right in front of our faces. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Where'd Grant go? He buggered off.
What is she saying? Can you see the 3-year chat? Well,
Mr. Batters wants to come in here. Let Mr. Batters.
No, I am not. Fuck off, Chris.
Why not?
Listen, I know these YouTube streets, and there's trolls, and I know how to pick them out a fucking mile away. Okay,
yeah, I know, but that's like because my buddy, a couple of my friends, I told them about you. They try to get a hold of you, and they couldn't because
I know, and I do that for a reason. Up, dude, I do that for a reason. Okay,
listen, your walls are up.
You know what? This isn't my first dance, and I'll tell you this channel might not have a lot of supporters, but I have had big platforms in a very public fucking way before, so none of these things are new to me, and I don't want all of the bullshit that comes with it, and I keep myself away from it for that reason.
Yeah, no, this is all you. Hey, if I ever say anything out of line, or if I'm out of line, man, you can just boot me.
No, I just tell you fuck off.
I don't even fucking give a reason. You just go, gone. Chris is gone. Where'd Chris go? He's gone.
No, it's all good. I have no problem telling people what I think, but I'm not gonna walk into a setup either. What do you think? I'm dumb?
Oh yeah, Grant's moving too, man. I forgot about that. Yeah, fuck. Grant's in the same kind of fucking boat you're in, pretty much.
I know.
Yeah. I'm sorry for falling asleep on the other night, man. That was fucking rude. Jesus,
it's all good.
No, I watched it the next day over at Matt's.
I don't even know how long we talked before we're like, hey, is Chris sleeping?
Yeah. That's the problem. And I knew it too. I knew as soon as I closed my eyes, because I was drinking all fucking day, of course. Surprise.
Yeah.
And I had a long day, and I just thought I shouldn't have went live, but I went live because I wanted to go. I haven't talked to Grant now and you in a while, and Leaf Nurse too. I wouldn't mind getting Leaf Nurse on here one time. I'm not even I'm thinking I'm doing, because I'm live. I'm thinking this is my show. This ain't my show. I'm on Kim's show. This is Kim's tripping show, by the way, people out there.
Hey, all I can say is I'm not sure exactly what's going on in the chat, but if you got a wrench and someone's bothering you, don't be afraid to use it. All right. That's what I'm saying. I like sometimes I don't pay attention to the chat because either A, I don't know the subject matter that you're discussing, or B, I'm talking and I'm not paying attention to the chat. So if you got a wrench and someone's pissing you off, fucking pounce.
Yeah, I let everybody talk myself.
I do too, but there's certain people that it's like, okay, you know what? I know this person for a long time. I have a level of respect for them. I know who they are as a person and their integrity, and I trust them enough to give them a wrench in my chat. So if they're getting upset over someone on purpose that's trying to provoke them, then I authorize them to take care of the problem. I don't know. Like I'm impartial to the American issues of the politics because I don't know them. All I know is what I've seen from afar. I got rid of my cable a year ago. I don't want to know. And I have no control over what's happening there. I don't even have control what's happening in our own country.
I take it Joe doesn't like Trump. That's what I'm guessing, right? Like,
yeah.
I think Trump was a better president than what you got now.
100%. That's what I think. And I respect that politics is a subject that divides people, and I get that. But at the same time, I can be civil about it.
This is true, man. Viva I bought this shirt from Viva because this hits the nail on the head. Politics ruins everything. Politics ruins everything.
It does. And I'm the most unpolitical person ever. And that's why it's so like I almost feel like a hypocrite.
They're forcing on. They're making us fucking be political. They're making us fucking
it's because it's affecting our lives. That's the only reason why I care.
Right.
That's the only reason.
People waking up because as soon as their pocketbooks get hurt, they're like, "Oh, now I'm paying attention to politics." Right?
Well,
they should have been paying attention a long time ago instead of voting fucking for Sock Boy because he got nice hair.
Well, and this is the problem is that people fall for someone who can talk a nice talk and all that shit, or maybe looks good or makes all these promises. Like, it's kind of funny because, I took a walk down memory lane the other day and I was like, let's see how this started. And I went back and I looked at Trudeau's platform promises of what he said to get in. And I'll tell you straight up that the reason why he got in was because he legalized weed. Okay.
Weed.
But he
legalizing weed and transparency.
Yeah, and he made all these promises, and the only thing that he has done of all of his platform promises was the weed. And that was only because he wanted to legalize all the hard drugs. You know why? Organized crime.
Placate the masses and keep them stupid. Bread and circuses, man.
Not my monkeys, not my circus. I'm just part of the fucking show. Yeah.
Placate the masses.
Listen, just because
you never said anything about disinfectant, man.
Listen.
Joe's like a
trying to ramp people up, but here's what I'm going to say to that, and this goes for anybody, okay? Because I show my support for somebody or something, it does not mean I endorse them or like support every single thing that they do. Each person is a fucking individual. We have freedom of speech. We have the right to be different, and we have the right to our opinions, whether we agree or disagree. And it doesn't mean I support everything a person says or does. I'm not one of those people. And if you are, you can't be that way in this world today. It's just not the climate we're in anymore.
Trump never suggested that you inject disinfectant. That's been debunked many, many times, Joe. And if you have any proof of that, bud, fire it in there, please.
I don't know.
No, but I'm reading the comments and Joe Vital's, his comments. I get it. You don't like Trump, but he never said fucking inject disinfectant into people, man. He never said that. Ivermectin and shit. Ivermectin
don't say that word. Don't say that word. Don't say that word.
Crap,
no.
Sorry.
No. There's certain subjects you can't discuss, and that is one of them. And they will strike. I did not say that. I do not, nothing. I am not a doctor. I give no medical advice. I give no legal advice. These are opinions of my own, and that is it, YouTube. So don't come at me because it is what it is.
Shit. Well, the YouTube police knocking on your door.
They're just
The wrong thing.
They're really strict about certain fucking things because that's what it is and the way the world works. And
Yeah, you can't change the dictionary and definitions. You
no,
can't. You can try,
can't.
but it's not going to work with me because
no, me neither. That's the thing. I'm not supporting it.
Mm.
I'm not going to carry around a fucking thesaurus every day.
A lexicon. That's my new fancy word of the day.
What is it?
Lexicon. That's my name. That's the word of the day.
Mexicon?
Lexicon.
Oh, the Transformer?
No, a lexicon is a book of big fancy words, right?
Oh, well, see, I didn't even know that. See, that's a new word. Fuck you. You're off. I'm just kidding. Don't go nowhere.
Maybe the chat would know. I don't know. I think a lexicon is like it's a dictionary of big words.
Well, I know thesaurus, okay, and that's the way I know it. But that's about it.
I don't know, man.
Listen, I do encourage dialogue, and I do encourage people who specifically have differences to have these conversations. But when people are just using buzzwords and certain tactics to try and provoke a reaction out of others, I don't support that. You need to be respectful. That's the way I see it. Like, anybody can say whatever or feel however they want. I don't care. But you have to respect people in the chat. And if you don't, I'm sorry, but
yeah, like no, Joe Vitale, like don't get me wrong, Joe Trump definitely has some downfalls, but I honestly and genuinely believe that Donald Trump loves this country. That's a big difference between the sellouts that are in there and they'll sell your country out, they'll sell you out.
As an outsider, like we're not even American.
The states to do better because if the states do better, he makes more money.
I'm not even an American, but from what I've seen as an outsider looking in, he improved the economy. He improved the economy. He didn't have a world war going on in other parts of the world.
Yes, exactly, man.
Have you ever heard the saying, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer? Like, he was one of those types and not poke the bear type. And that's what I was just saying about people with differences, right? There's a way to go about yourself. And he was one of those ones that knew how to piss the right people off, but keep the psychopaths in check. And that's the way you got to play this game.
He put the spotlight right on the swamp and they did not like it.
Well,
like, whoa, wait a minute.
You know,
he just shone the light on all the cancel culture fucking assholes.
Yeah. I don't know. I encourage free speech. I think that, you know, this is the result of a couple of years of people not being able to speak openly without the fear of being either censored or ridiculed or alienated. Yeah. And this is the result of those actions. And we need to break away from that because that was shit. That's not the way the world works. You are supposed to talk to people. You are supposed to socialize with people. You're not supposed to call them rat on your fucking neighbor. Like that's what they wanted to do in Canada. They set up a snitch line that if you had more than so many, if you had more than so many people, call on your neighbor. Like, no, that's not the fucking environment I was raised in, and I will not take part in that.
Well, I mean, like, no, you don't rat your neighbors out because they're having a family dinner next door and because COVID or what. Oh, there's another word I'm not supposed to say. Fuck's sakes.
No, that one's okay. It's just the medical shit you cannot talk about at all. They are very, very sick.
But then you have fucking gangbangers in Chicago. What is there, like, at least on average, there's at least 1 or 2 deaths a day in Chicago every fucking day.
Look at Canada, though.
But there's that no rat culture. So nobody's ever, so an 8-year-old or 6-year-old kid or something gets killed by a stray bullet in the drive-by in Chicago. It happens all the fucking time in the States. No one says a goddamn thing because nobody wants to rat anybody out.
It's happening here, man.
So when are you a rat? Where's the line? When are you a rat?
To me, the line is when kids are involved. For one, that's a no-go area. Like, if you bring, and I don't even have kids, okay, but I'm just that protective.
Me either, man. And I'm fucking, like, I heard you talking about that earlier. I don't have kids either because the world's fucked up.
But you know why?
That's one of my major reasons why I never had any kids, because money.
You protect the vulnerable. Situation. Okay. The people that can't speak for themselves or don't know any better. Okay.
Yeah.
That's where the line is. And if you cross that line, you're going to see a fucking side of me that you didn't even know existed.
Oh, thanks, Jason. Yeah, Jason just told me what Westcott is. Thanks, man.
Here, you talk to the chat for a second. I got to let Dakota outside because he's looking at me with those puppy whites. I'll be right back. So you talk. And don't you say any bad words, Chris.
I will for sure.
Hey, come on, Dakota.
Jason T says lexicon is a vocabulary that is used within certain subjects. Yes, I agree. I just don't. I avoid using big words because I'm not a academic. I'm not a smart. I'm a contractor, man. I'm working class, plaid wearing, fucking politics ruins everything, fucking kind of guy. I don't. Every once in a while, I'll surprise myself with a big word that I remembered. But I try not to.
Thesaurus.
Thesaurus.
Yeah. You know, when I started paying attention to all this shit was when they started locking everybody down, and when I started seeing kids who, like, I was never a teen. Like, when I was a teenager, it was the best time of my life.
Yeah.
And now, my niece just went to her friend's funeral because he ended his life because of this shit.
I don't know why more kids didn't fucking rebel. Like, when I was in grade 5, 1985, they wanted to make the school day go from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. And a bunch of us, like 20, 30 kids fucking protested at lunchtime.
That's hilarious.
And we're all going to walk out. We're going to stage a walkout at 3 o'clock. We weren't going to obey.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And they all backed the fuck out except for me and maybe a couple other guys. And we booked it at 3 o'clock. I'm like, no, I got Spider-Man to watch. I'm going home. And I did. I left. And I was only fucking, I don't know how old I was. I was in grade 5. Well, I was in grade 5, and I wasn't going to put up with that shit. Up with which I will not put. Fuck you. I'm not staying till 4 o'clock. Fuck off. Who the fuck are you?
I was very, very young, and I had 3 brothers. I was the only girl. And my mom wanted me to be like a girly girl. And you can't live in a house with boys and be a girly girl. It just doesn't work. So before she realized it, she tries to take me to ballet. I must have been maybe like 5. And I go to literally one class, and guess what? I made all of the kids come out into the fucking front, and they told my mom I can't come back because nobody would go in and do their ballet because I was just like, no, like this, you know what? I'm going to punch this bitch out and all of that. So my mom learned real quick that I'm not a Barbie girl.
We were fucking rebels from the get-go, man. I think some people are just born that way, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, I'm not going to put up with you. It's like, no, I think some of us are just born that way, natural rebels, I guess.
Well, that's the funny thing is it's a fine line because I got a good heart and I'll, if you're close to me, I'll bend over backwards. I'll help you out. I'm solid. I keep my word. I'm loyal. But there is a side of me that could be very unfavorable to some very snowflake people. Yeah, they might not like it. So my suggestion is don't make that side come out and we'll have no problems.
Oh, Carol says she made the news years ago for taking on the school district.
For what, Carol?
I don't know. I'm wondering now. There's a story there. What's going on?
I know. Do you want to come up, Carol? Do I need to drop the link?
You're
more than welcome.
I love a good story.
Yes, and Carol's good. I love her accent too. She's got that New York accent, right?
Oh, is that the New York? Oh,
yes, she was on the panel with us before.
Oh yeah, she's got the yes, man. It's like the Long Island accent.
I can't see the damn chat because I'm plugging my phone in right now. The battery's dying.
Oh, I can see the chat. Yeah.
Okay, keep up on it. If I need to know something, let me know. Okay.
Oh, she said drop the link. She said, Carol.
Oh shit. Okay.
The link's in the chat. If you go back,
hang
on.
The chat. Hang on. I can probably do this.
I did. I scroll back in the chat and hit the link.
No, I got it. If I boot myself out, I'll be right back.
Don't do that. Come on.
Well, it's on my phone, so it happens.
Or snapping, Tanner.
Hey, I'm a flawed human, okay? I never said I was perfect.
You did it 2 times twice.
Yeah, because I'm streaming on multiple platforms.
Holy shit, look, you're fucking on the ball, man.
I'm even on Twitter with this shit now, yo.
So you got oh shit, I can't see anymore.
I got multiple chats going on.
You had 12 people watching earlier, and I can't see how many people are watching now.
Hang on.
You had 12 likes and
here's my girl. Hang on.
4 or 5 viewers.
Hey, Carol.
Hi, Kim. Hi, Chris.
How are you?
I'm okay.
All right. So story time it is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What happened was my son was starting school, and he was starting kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a bad asbestos problem in the school.
Yeah, the old school.
So I got all the parents together and we went, and they wanted to bus our kids to another district.
Right.
And I turned around and I said, "You're not going to do that. My son's not going to school until you fix the asbestos problem in this school,
Yep.
because he's scared enough that he's going into school. He's leaving his mom and his
Yes.
dad.
Yes.
And I'm not going to traumatize him further by
Yeah.
being bused to another district."
Yeah.
Okay. So then I got all the parents together.
Yeah.
We caused a riot outside the school with the peaceful, but a riot.
Yep.
So then Molinari comes in from, it was the funniest thing. That she was a politician in Staten Island.
Yep.
And her father are trying to tell us that it's okay. The kids will be
Jason,
okay.
Yeah,
So I looked at her and I says to her,
sorry.
then you take your kid, you bus your children from Staten Island to Brooklyn. Let me know how that works for you.
Yeah, no kidding.
So she turns around and her father says to me, "What's your name?" So at that time, I was under my maiden name.
Yep.
So I turned around, I looked at her, I said, "My name is Carol Dolan."
Mhm.
Unknown to me, I didn't know the news cameras were there.
Yep.
Her father turns around and says to me, "You're Vinny's daughter?" And I said, "You're damn right I am. And I'm proud of it."
Yep.
They turned around, they backed down,
Yep.
and they said, "Keep your child home until the school is asbestos free." That day I went over to see my dad,
Uh-huh.
and I walk in the room and he goes to me, "What did you do?" I said, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, "You're on every news channel." I said, "Huh?" He goes, "You made the front of the paper."
Wow.
And I looked at him and I was like, "Okay, am I in trouble with you now? Do I have a problem with you now?"
Yep.
And he goes, "No, I'm proud of you. You're my daughter. I taught you to fight for what you believe in."
Yep.
He says, and the reason they backed down, he says, is because I've been fighting her prick of a father for years.
Yep.
And I looked at him because I didn't even know, because my father his job was like helping people that needed it, like people that needed Social Security.
Okay. Yep.
Or welfare or Medicaid, whatever it was they needed. If they were being evicted, he would
Right.
go to court for them to try to stop the evictions and stuff. So he was used to fighting with these politicians.
Right.
And then I wasn't.
Yeah.
But I just felt it was wrong.
Yep.
Come on.
The same reason I just had it out with the school district here.
Right.
And people say, one of the school board members says to me, "Oh, you're racist." I said, "I'm not racist. I have nothing against what people are, who they want to be, what they want to do. I don't care what their sexual preference is. I don't care about any of that."
Mm-hmm.
What happened to common sense in this country?
Anytime anybody calls me a racist, I call them a pedophile.
No,
It confuses the shit out of them at first, right? Because they're like, "What?" They're
true.
taken aback. They're like, "What?" Well, you just accused me of something with no proof. Now I'm going to accuse you of something with no proof. You want some shock and awe? I'll give you some shock and awe. You accuse me of being a racist, I'll accuse you of being a pedophile. That's it.
That's right. And I turned around and told them, because the argument was over the transgenders using the same bathroom.
Yes.
My granddaughter goes to that school.
Yeah.
There have been cases in the United States, in some states, where people with transgender went into the women's room,
Yep.
and raped some girls.
They're even taking the bathroom doors off the stalls here.
Okay.
Yep.
So
I saw that. Yeah.
My proposal to them
If I was a
was
father of a daughter, I'd be in jail.
my proposal was you have a
Yes.
men's room, you
Yep.
have a ladies' room,
Yes.
go give them a transgender bathroom. You get enough taxes, stop spending the money on the goddamn football team
That's
and your
right.
sports, and give them their own bathroom.
Yep.
Why do they have to be in the bathroom with my granddaughter?
And what did they say to your suggestion, which I think is fair, by the way?
They looked at me and they go, well, you know, we're extending the gymnasium and we're extending. I says, that's not what my taxes are paying for.
Yeah.
Because anything you're extending isn't benefiting any of the children here.
Mm.
You had, you know, you have no trades here for them to learn.
Right.
You know, you have the arts program sucks for
Yep.
the ones that want to be artists. The
Yep.
musician program.
Yep.
I says,
Mm.
yeah, you teach them band, you teach them chorus, you teach them art, but
Yep.
that's as far as it goes.
Yeah.
You don't have anything. I don't see any scholarships for any of these things. All I see is scholarships for football.
Yep.
Come on.
Yep.
I says, you know, I don't mind paying taxes,
Yep.
but pay it for what is needed in the school.
Right.
I said, now you're raising the taxes again. Why? Oh, because you want
babe.
you want us to pay for you hooking up to central septic. Get the hell out of here.
Wow.
Get your priorities straight.
Yep.
You know, so I don't know what the wind-up's going to be, but I know I had enough backing with enough parents and stuff.
Is
from
that
what
is
I
that a
was
current
saying.
issue that's ongoing still? So you don't know the resolution yet?
We don't know the resolution yet, but it's a battle, and I have enough parents between the elementary, the middle, and the high school
Yep.
backing me on this because it's wrong. I'm not saying you can't be transgender. That's fine.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
have your own bathroom.
Right. And
Yeah,
I agree with
accommodate.
you.
Because back in the 80s and 90s, when there was an autistic kid, like I went to a lot of schools. I went to about 30 different schools or more when I was a kid. I moved a lot.
Wow.
I moved a lot, man. I went to a lot of different schools, sometimes twice a year. And so I know a little bit about schools. And having been the new guy, like, hi, this is Chris. He's the new guy. Hi.
Yep. Yep.
I've been that guy a lot, right?
Yep.
And I had a lot of good teachers, man. And I'll tell you, man, back in the 80s and 90s, like if there was a special needs kid in the class, there was always the smart kid in the class who would help, or somebody would step up and help tutor them. If there was someone who was like myself who was slow in math, a smarter kid in class would fucking would volunteer and help you, try to do better. And we tried to help each other, right?
Yep.
That's right.
So you didn't go into special ed.
Well, you know what? We
Tried
had
to keep
one
you up
kid.
with us, so you didn't have to go to that special fucking class. And now you're
We had one kid in my class, and he was my friend. I always go for the underdog today. And his name was Richard, and he had cerebral palsy, and he used a walker. And I loved this kid, okay? Well, because he was different, the kids would pick on him, and I was always fighting, like literally fighting people, guys, girls, boys, whatever. It didn't matter because it's like,
man.
yeah,
I did
you
not
don't
like bullies.
you do not pick on the vulnerable or ever say that someone is less than just because they are different than you.
Yep, I didn't like them.
I'll be right back.
And the big thing back in the 80s was fag. Everybody called everybody a fag, and found out later on in life that all those guys that called everybody a fag were closet fucking fags, right? Most of the guys who called everybody a fag in the 80s turned out to be gay. Like they were married with kids and stuff, but they were like legit gay. But they were like give it up, man. If you're calling everybody like, you're fag, dude, you're probably the fag.
You know, that this is what makes me laugh. I'm older, and I've seen everything. Trust me when I tell you this. And I can't believe that, because I see the similarities between Canada and here, between the states, with how they're oppressing people what they're trying to do, how they're just letting everybody into this freaking country, not even checking to see if they're on a terrorist list.
Fucking Roxham Road. You guys could do something about that, but you're
You
not.
know, but well, the idiots that are in power aren't going to do anything. And you know, the fentanyl, all that crap. And then you have, like you say, all the high taxes. I mean, they tax you on everything here. I cracked up. I got my cable bill the other day, and I'm looking at the cable bill, and I'm like, wait a minute. There's a tax on the cable. There's an excise tax. Then there's a township tax. There's a state tax. How many freaking taxes are you going to put on this bill? Really? Seriously? Then I look at the gas bill. The gas bill now, which has doubled, because they want to get rid of our gas stoves too, and they want to do away with natural gas totally.
Yep.
And I'm looking at it, and I see the state tax, the exercise tax, a usage tax. I'm like, I told my husband, I said, the
Administration
taxes,
fee.
right?
Yeah.
Delivery fee. Yep.
Transfer fee,
Right.
hookup fee.
And I said to my husband, the taxes are more than the freaking gas. Are they
Well, do you
freaking
know,
kidding
Carol,
me?
in Canada, it's okay for $100 billion to go missing and nobody asks any questions to any of these people or line their pockets of all their friends. And that's
What?
perfectly okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, the government are setting up their friends with money that just goes missing all the time and nobody asks any questions.
Gone.
Well, it's the same thing here with the money they gave out for the other thing here, with all the free checks and stuff. And they gave all these states, you know, these high amounts of money to battle what we just went through
Right.
for the last 2 years.
Yes. Yep.
And now they're finding out
People in jail got it.
that there were businesses that was supposed to be giving that money to their employees. And they went out and bought more businesses with the money. And they're finding out, like in my state, the governor that just left, he was in a hurry to spend, I think it was like close to $1 billion left over in that money. He was looking to spend it because he says if you don't spend it by 2024, you have to return it to the government.
Yeah.
What are you spending it on? You're lining your freaking pockets and giving yourself raises.
No,
Meanwhile, everywhere
that's why you have the
I look
same old
here-
union fucking assholes too, man. It's always the same companies that get all the big contracts all the time too.
Right. And I look around here and I see all the help wanted signs and nobody wants to go to work. Why should they go to work? They can sit home and collect a freaking check for nothing.
Are they still giving that money out?
Yes.
Whoa, that stopped here like what, a year and a half ago?
No, they're looking to get rid of it. So, you know, let's do that. Let's get rid of that so we can spend more. We can write out another check. Get the hell out of here.
People on welfare that never worked got it. People that were in jail got it. $2,000 a month tax free. Like, here you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And I'm like,
it's no different than what they're doing with their friends. They just line up all their friends with all these fake corporations and they're all set. They're all in on it. Everybody.
You can't keep printing money though. You can't.
You can't make
we got to
enough.
pay the piper here at some point, and we're going to be paying the piper here. And it's not going to be us. Well, it is us now. We're actually starting to pay the price now. But imagine, like I said, like Kim said, we don't have kids, but I feel bad for the kids, man.
What happens when, in this country anyway, when they wipe out the middle class? Now you only have poor and rich. Who's going to pay the taxes then?
They're doing that here already, Carol, and I'm one of the ones they're wiping out. Like, it's just, that's the facts.
Okay, then you know what I'm saying. But who's going to pay the tax bill? The rich aren't.
No.
So what happens then?
That was
you know what my bigger concern is what happens when the country's coming to collect their debts and we don't have it.
Oh, then they start the debt prisons again. Guaranteed.
They what?
They used to have here, but they did away with it. The debt prisons.
Penguin, Cheney, and Donald Rumsfeld. No, I'm just reading the chats. You guys can't see the chats. I'm reading the chat. Jason T says They announced that trillions of dollars was missing just days prior to 9/11, and the Pentagon got hit, and the area of that building that apparently wiped all the records. Yeah, that was not a plane. That was everybody says that was not a plane. That was a cruise missile.
Look at the fucking ArriveCan app, okay? They made this
Yeah.
fucking app. $58 million they spent on it that could have been made by like in a weekend for like $80,000. And there's this huge investigation, and they're going to bury it because they know that it was a scam. And
well, he's talking about it was Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney and those guys. Those are the Penguin. Those are the guys that were behind all that fucking nonsense, man. Like, there's a lot of snaky. The first thing I said to my wife on 9/11 when I woke up in the morning to go to work, I don't care.
No, I do.
Your show, right? I'm sorry. It's your show.
Yes.
Sorry.
Say what you want, but carefully.
No, but the first thing I said to my wife was, I can't believe they did that to their own
people. I know. There's a lot of different theories about that, and I careful.
Hey, look.
First thing I said to my wife, and then the second plane hit. I'm like, I have to go to work. I have work to do, man, and I had to go to work and just think about. It was hard to work that day, man. It was a nice day.
We stopped and we were listening to our radios, and we heard the second plane hit, and the girl screamed like, "Oh my God!" I'll never forget her scream, and it was just like, "Oh my God!"
We didn't get much painting done that day. I think we were glued to the TV for most of the morning and the radio and smoking
for weeks.
You know what was worse?
What,
I
Carol?
was stuck in Greece when that happened.
With no so you couldn't fly.
I couldn't fly for a week.
And then
my husband laughed not laughed, but he got upset because he got plane tickets finally for Delta. And I said to him, I'm not taking that plane. You go get me, because at the time, Olympia was still running, Olympic Airline. I said, you get me on the Greek airline. Yeah. I says, bullshit on that. When we got here and we were driving from the airport and we had to go over the Verrazano Bridge in Staten Island to get to Jersey to my sister's.
Yeah.
As we're driving, I take a look over the Verrazano and I seen the towers down and the tears just came from my eyes.
Yeah.
It drove me crazy because I had two older sons here. Yeah. I couldn't get in contact with them.
Yeah, because the phone lines were down.
Right. Yep. My brother was a police officer, a detective at one police plaza. He was there when this happened.
Yeah.
Couldn't get a hold of him. And I'm like, I got to get home. I got to make sure everybody's all right.
Yeah.
Thank God. But my son, my second son, he's 46. To this day, he's still battling bladder cancer. And now it's spread because he was over there at 9/11 helping them dig out bodies.
All the shit. All the stuff. Right?
Yeah. Oh. My brother, my baby brother, the detective, he's in the worst shape I've ever seen him. Every time he goes back to the doctor, they're taking out another tumor. He's been operated on the brain for a tumor. They took out tumors in his neck and his jaw that he's missing. Like, you can see half his face on the left side is all sunken in. He's a mess every time he goes back. And it's all from 9/11. And I give him credit. I mean, credit in the fact that they do have that 9/11 fund.
Yeah.
And when they offered it to him, he turned around and told them, no, I get enough off my pension because he was able to retire early because of the years he put in. He says, I get enough off my pension. Give the money to somebody else that needs it.
Oh my God. And then you
Okay.
got scumbags who are saying, yeah, I had so and so die and they weren't even in the building. And it's like, then you hear
Yeah.
this story and it's just like,
Yeah.
oh my God, my
Right.
heart.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I've been dealing with that all along, you
Yeah.
know, and I don't know what happened there. I don't know the story. I know what my brother said. He said he was up in his office. He was looking out the window.
Yep.
The minute he saw the first plane hit, he dropped his coffee and was down the stairs. He said, I just knew
Yep.
this wasn't going to be good.
No, hell
And
no.
He just
and
went.
he was right. And he was outside when the
I
second
wonder how many.
plane hit.
I'll bet you he saved a lot of lives, man.
Yeah, he did. He tried. He tried.
Get the fuck out of that building. Go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, guys. This is
Come
not
on.
good. Go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
That's right. And
Yeah,
my poor
I
sister,
guarantee he saved a lot of lives.
she didn't know if her kids were okay or not because they were attending school
Could have been
inside.
10,000, 20,000 people dead that day if the firefighters and the cops weren't there getting people out of those buildings, man.
Right.
There have been a lot more dead.
And my sister didn't know if her kids were okay because they were attending school in Tribeca. She was standing on the other side of the Brooklyn Bridge in Brooklyn to
Oh,
8 o'clock at night because they wouldn't let her go across.
that's the
And
worst feeling, is waiting to hear or see or know, you know?
right. And then finally the cops were walking her children across the bridge.
Oh God, I'll bet you she'll never forget that image ever, ever, ever.
No. And she says, Carol, it's a good thing you're not here. And I said, what are you talking about? She goes, my whole house is covered with that dust and stuff from the planes hitting from the air. It went as far as to her house in Brooklyn.
Well, and that was one of the things I did wonder is, like, you know, why weren't they, I don't know if they did this actually, maybe it's more of a question. Did they bring water and try to keep the dust down a bit? And you know what I mean? So there wasn't so much particles in the air, or not?
I don't
No,
really know. I wasn't there.
all the fire trucks that were there on the ground were fucking buried.
That's
Yeah.
So
true.
they had to bring in
Yeah,
fire
you're right.
trucks from elsewhere
You're right.
afterwards. Man.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay. So I've been through it all, Kim. I mean, I was through the 60s with the Martin Luther King protest and all of that. I was through the Vietnam War protest. I was one of them down at Washington protesting that my father wanted to kill me when I got home.
No
You
wonder
know,
why we're kindred spirits.
but like I told him, you taught me to fight for what I believe in. That war was wrong.
Yep.
And I went and I fought about it.
Yep.
I said, that's me.
The Gulf of Tonkin, it was a false flag. And that's why people got to watch out for false flags, man, because the people use false flags all the time to start shit.
So was the whole Iraqi war. Don't kid yourself.
Yeah,
Because
weapons of mass destruction. Where are they? Where are they? We haven't found them yet. Well, where are they?
Yeah,
We weren't there.
What they wanted over there was that. Look, they're not going to convince me.
Saddam was an asshole. He was a sadistic fuck. Saddam was a sadistic fucker, man.
Yes,
but he ran his country and he kept it fucking whatever. Ran his country. Right?
Don't you remember what Bush Jr. said when he was president? When he went after him? He hurt my daddy. Those were his words. When he was on TV giving a speech. He hurt my daddy. So that justified going over there and killing him.
So it was a vendetta.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay? That was that. And to me, the whole thing with the Middle East is all over the oil. I don't care what anybody
Oh, totally.
says.
100,000,000%. Not one single doubt.
Okay.
My grandfather used to always say we should turn the Middle East into glass and it'll save so many lives. And he said that back in the 80s. I was like, my grandmother's like, Ern, you can't say that. And I'm like, Grandpa, that's pretty brutal. But he's like, fucking nuke the Middle East. He's always say it, man.
But you know what? I'm not a fan of war. I don't believe in war.
I don't either. These
right, but if you nuke the Middle East, you wouldn't have any war in the rest of the world. Right?
That may be true, but the other part is we're always getting both countries, Canada and the United States. We're always getting involved in someone else's problem.
Yeah, and you know who suffers for that is people's kids who know nothing about it, and we're told a lie, and they go and they give their lives for a lie.
That's right.
Yeah, kids. They find the kids to go out and fight the wars, and kids suffer from the wars, and it's like,
I
how
don't
about no
believe in
more
it.
war,
It's
man?
just it's a propaganda machine to get money and power, and it's all bullshit. And why, if okay, here's the question of the day: is if they feel so strongly about it, why aren't those motherfuckers the first ones on the front lines fighting for what they started?
Are you kidding? Just like they
Exactly.
weren't the first ones in the Capitol building that they
Exactly.
let be stormed. Come on.
Exactly.
I watched that on TV. I saw what happened. I seen those cops open the door and let those people in.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
And nothing happened to them.
Nope.
Nothing.
Just reading the comments here. Jason's teeing in here. Jason T is teeing in here again. Sorry, man.
Yeah, give her. I can't see that.
Words. But Jason says, purpose of AIPAC is the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee is a lobbying group that advocates pro-Israel policies to the legislative and executive branches of the United States. They control America, he says.
Who
No, in Canada, it's we have ties to the Muslim Brotherhood here in Canada, so we're I don't know. I guess Canada's anti-Israeli. I don't know what the fuck we are.
My concern, and I even asked Mr. Smith, who is a former police officer, you know, are you concerned that there's Chinese communist police stations here in Canada? And he said, absolutely, I am very concerned.
Yeah, I should be concerned.
You know how much land they own here in America already?
We had communist. We were training. We were training Chinese soldiers on Canadian soil.
How much, Carol?
A lot. They bought up mostly all the farmland and stuff.
That's Gates. Yeah.
Okay. Tell me that's not dangerous. And now they're talking about, I just saw in the news today, they was one of the head Navy commanders. Oh, by the year 2025, we're going to be in war with China.
Oh, I think we already are very heavily entrenched in war and nobody knows it. They're lying to us.
Yeah.
Yep.
But then again, okay, this is the way I see it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
like everybody's entitled to their.
Why they get rid of him?
You know, everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
Yes.
But Russia and the Ukraine.
Yes.
Ukraine was part of Russia at one time. Whatever's going on between them should be between them.
That's
Why are we getting involved?
That's a brother scrap. That's a brother scrap.
In my opinion, it's a money laundering thing, is what I feel.
No, it's a family scrap. That's none of our business.
Right. And it's the same thing if China invades Taiwan. Taiwan was part of China at one point. Why are you talking about that? Now you're sending all these weapons, all these tanks everywhere where you're sending them.
Yep.
Meanwhile, somebody aims at us. What's here to protect us?
Nothing. We have no military, just so you know. We are a target for the world. We have no infrastructure at all.
I know. We don't have it here. We don't have it here.
We rely on the States. We rely on Americans. We just figure Canada figures, oh, well, we got the Americans. You know, we don't need to spend any money on our military because we got the Americans that'll help us. It's like, what if they don't? Like, it actually would be a mere matter of marching, according to Jefferson. It actually would be a mere matter of marching right now to take over Canada, and they could.
The Americans are all spread out all over the world.
You would probably welcome it right now. Like, yes, come. I want a First Amendment and a Second Amendment. I want your Constitution. I want to be able to fucking own a firearm if I have to defend myself. I want the right to free speech.
You know, it's funny. I was on Angel's Chat the other night. And it came up about how certain states have the right, you know, to carry, and other states don't. And I said, well, I live in a state that is conceal and carry.
Right.
I do not leave my house without it on me.
Good for you.
Because
you practice with it?
Oh, yeah. I've been trained.
Good.
I see what goes on in other states, and even here in this state in Philadelphia. I see what's going on.
Yeah.
I don't trust supermarkets. I don't even trust my church.
Yeah, things aren't getting better. Things are not getting better. The degeneracy and the like I was a shithead when I was a kid, man. I used to steal radar detectors and car stereos and I was a little dick when I was a kid. When I was a teenager, I was a shithead. I did all the shithead teenager things. But I knew what I was doing was wrong, and I fucking grew out of it, right?
Right.
Not everybody does. Not everybody has the opportunity to do it because they get shot if I was in the States. And there's many times where I should have been shot, right? For what I was doing. But up here in Canada, you don't get shot. But if I was in the States pulling the shit I did when I was a kid, I would have got shot. And it would have served me right. And I think about that.
Well,
I'm like, no, man. Like, that's when I think about the things I did when I was younger, man, it actually fucking scares the shit out of me. Because if I was in the States, I would have been dead. Right?
I believe Canada just believes in slower torture. They're just slowly torturing us until we bail, and that's what they're doing now. It's new psychological warfare tactics.
Mm.
They're doing the same thing here. I mean, I put up a joke on one of the, like a meme.
Yep.
The other day on one of the social media sites, and it said, "We'll be painting potatoes for Easter instead of eggs." Okay?
Yep.
Because of the price of eggs.
Yeah.
I mean, the inflation is crazy. I was in Walmart today, and the shelves were practically empty. I mean, they were trying to stock them, but I'm looking, and then I'm looking at the prices, and I'm like, get the hell out of here. They're insane.
Well, there's supply chain issues, and they're creating these food shortages. And remember all those food plants that were catching on fire all of a sudden? Like, that's the thing, is like they think we're stupid and we don't realize that, when you control the food, it's war. Like when there's no food, there's war.
My granddaughter was sick 3 weeks ago. I went to 7 different pharmacies and 6 different supermarkets. I couldn't find Tylenol for her.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, well, don't give her Tylenol anyways, man. It's good for a fever. I get that, but a cold cloth will work too. Tylenol's not good for you, man.
No, I understand that, but the doctor had said to get it for her because she had
for the fever.
Right.
Yeah.
So I went all over. We couldn't find it.
Well, you can give her a half of adult one, or crush it up. Like I chew Tylenol. I'm a seasoned alcoholic, so I chew Tylenol freeze for fuck's sake, right?
Yeah.
Chew them. I learned that from Stephen King, The Shining, man. He was a writer at the very beginning of the novel, where he had a hangover and he just fucking ate Tylenol. He just chewed them because it works faster.
I used to aggravate my grandmother, mercy on her soul, because when I would get a toothache and I was young, I'd stand there and they'd give me aspirin to swallow, and I'd stand there and chew the aspirin, and they all made faces
and it hits
and
the
going
toothache faster. Yes.
And they're going, "Ooh, what's wrong? How could she chew aspirin?" It
tastes
never
like shit,
bothered
but
me.
It works, man.
That's good for heart attacks.
Yeah. When I used to go to the dentist, I wouldn't let them give me a needle for Novocaine. My mother used to have a fit because I would sit in the dentist chair and let them drill my teeth with nothing. I'd rather them drill it with nothing than stick that needle in, because I was afraid of needles when I was younger.
I still am.
I just can't look when they put it in. That's all.
I don't like. I asked for the blue butterfly.
What's that?
The blue butterfly is what they get their kids.
Yeah.
That's what I asked for. I want the blue butterfly because you don't feel it. It's so small, right?
Yeah. I was so scared.
Takes
Forget
longer,
it.
whatever.
I'd rather sit there and listen to the drill and let them do whatever they were going to do and pack the tooth and thank you. I'm gone.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, but I see today over here, I don't know how it is in Canada. And now they're starting to crack down. But I know Big Pharma over here makes a mint off the opioids and stuff that the doctors prescribe. And then they want to know why they have so many overdoses and drug addicts that they can't get these kids off the pills and stuff.
They're making it legal to carry that certain amounts of fentanyl and all these hard drugs in Vancouver. They're making it legal now.
There was a certain Toronto couple that were, let me say, executed, or maybe, I don't know. I would say executed. I think they were executed. They were killed. They were silenced. They were Epsteined. And they were a pharmaceutical couple. And what were they selling?
Careful,
There
I
was
know what you're
someone
talking
something that
about.
started with an I, and I can't say it on YouTube.
No, you
right?
can't. I know what you're talking about. Careful with that subject because it's a touchy one. But there's a way
It
that
is,
we need to figure out how to pass that information along.
right?
But there is now has been a reward offered and a new set of eyes looking at that. I'm
Good.
sorry that we can't say more. It's involving certain politicians that will have our
Yeah.
asses if we do.
Because that was very, 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 very fishy.
Yeah,
And it all
Yes, sir.
happened right before the nonsense.
yeah,
There's a lot going on that's fishy.
very
You
much
know,
so.
I think the supply chain, they're doing it, the government themselves.
Absolutely, they are. They are.
They're doing it.
Yep.
And they're doing it with everything else. I cracked up today because I just saw on the news. I was laughing. It wasn't funny because I felt bad for the driver.
Uh-huh.
But yet I said, electric cars. It's about the 10th one I've seen on the news that blew up on a highway, went on fire for no reason.
Yeah, me
But
too.
you want electric cars. And then we have the state of Texas that with last year, with all their windmills and their green power, everything blew and they couldn't get backup electric. People were without power for at least 5 weeks down there.
Yeah, we're not ready for green.
We don't have the infrastructure for that. And they want 60% of the vehicles on the
there
road by 2035 to be electric. And it's like, it's not going to happen.
It's
No, we're
not.
not there yet.
And in Jersey, they're finding beached whales constantly. What's happening is where they had the windmills set up,
Yep.
the farms,
Yep.
something with between the windmill and the water, the sonar, is getting to the whales' ears and
there's-
killing them.
Right, and there's
They're
people who live next door to windmill farms who are complaining of headaches and migraines and shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
But they pay them. They pay them off, so you don't hear about it because they pay them off.
Well, they don't tell you that solar panels only last 10 years and you have to replace them, and that they only produce 40% of the heat or the electric that you need. They don't tell you that part.
You can
have
make
to
your
do
own. Go get
research.
a car. Go get an alternator from the junkyard, a good one that works. Get a couple of them actually, because the alternators don't last long because they fucking corrode. We'll get an alternator and hook it up to a windmill and make your own windmill power. You can run your fridge or run something off it if you want to feel good, right? You can make your own windmill very easily. It's not hard.
No, thank you.
Get a
I'll keep
car
my
alternator and a
natural.
fucking fan.
I'll keep my natural gas for as long as I can.
Yeah.
I'll start burning coal. I don't give a shit. I'll start burning
Yeah.
coal.
Sure.
I
I'm gonna
said the
burn
same
coal,
thing.
man.
I said the same thing because I turned around and I said, with the electric, I says, okay, the electric goes out. People that have electric heat don't have any heat in their house. I said, at least if I have a gas stove and I
Yep.
have gas heat, I still got heat
Yep.
because I have a generator that will kick on the boiler and
Yep.
I've still got heat. Come
I'm
on.
surrounded by trees too. I can always fucking go to cut. I might just go wood stove. I don't care if it's legit or not. I'm gonna just go wood stove and tell them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah, I could do
Shut it
that
off.
because I'm in the country. I've got plenty of trees here.
Well, I'm in the city, but I have bonfires in the backyard. My neighbors don't complain, so I'm sure they won't complain if I have a wood stove.
Yeah, that's
Well, if I don't burn
another
their house
option.
down.
Hey, that's
No, but
another option. You
This
gotta
this
do what
house
you
used to
gotta
be a
do.
wood burning stove house back in 100 years ago. This house had a wood stove in it. And as long as you have a proper fucking chimney and you keep the creosote clean, you're of no danger to your neighbors. Like if you have the proper chimney on, you're good. No one's gonna burn down. Obviously you don't have your wood stove on when it's hot out and it's dry. Why would you have your wood stove on? It's in the wintertime. It's when
Right.
everything's wet and snowy and shit. Like fuck. It's not a big deal, but like you almost have to be grandfathered into a wood stove now. So you can't if you buy a house now, it already has to have a wood stove in it, or you can't have one.
Some insurance companies won't cover you if you have
Sure, yeah.
because of the chimneys, the soot that corrodes in the chimneys is what causes it. They say.
Yeah, well, I'm at the point I don't give a fuck now. If my house does burn down, I'll just rebuild it. I don't need the insurance company and the government to tell me what to do.
Well, that's just like the insurance companies here now. They used to cover roofing. Now they won't cover roofing.
Really?
Yeah, really.
And
Really.
what's the reason for that?
They just don't want to cover it. And then when my insurance bill went up, I turned around and told them I have no claims. I'm living in this house. I own this house 27 years.
Mm-hmm.
Never had a claim. Why does my insurance keep coming up? And you know what their answers were?
What?
Their answer was, oh, that's for the people that don't have insurance and can't pay. What, I got to pay for them too?
Yeah, no
Maybe
shit.
maybe it's time you make a claim.
Yeah, I'm starting to think about
There's no
that.
laws against stupid. You could just all of a sudden you had a
There
grease
should
fire.
be.
I'm not giving advice. I'm just saying maybe you were cooking some fried clams and you were outside on the phone. And oh my God, what happened? I don't know. I was outside on the phone. I was a busy call. I missed it. And my house is grease fired now.
It's
And now you get
unreal.
my buddy's sister fucking pulled that 3 times in a row, man. My God.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know someone.
Because there's no law against stupidity.
I know someone that started a fire. She got burned, really like 3rd-degree burns, had to go to the
That's not
hospital, and they still paid her.
Yeah, well, you don't have to get burnt to get paid.
No, but
Jesus.
she did to prove that, like, obviously it was her, right? But yeah, she still got paid.
You don't need to get burnt to get paid, man. They'll pay you.
A friend
have
of
to.
mine, her water heater broke, right?
Yeah.
And it got flooded and the heater broke. She called the insurance company. The adjuster came down. She told the adjuster, she says, listen, all my floors are ruined. I have no water. This and that. They gave her the money. They told her to get an estimate on how much it was going to cost to repair it. And they gave her the check.
Yep.
Yeah. That's it.
You know,
That's
it makes you laugh.
No, she my first time my buddy fucking sorry, I don't mean to swear too much.
Oh, that's okay. Get
The
her.
first time my friend's sister pulled the grease fire scam. And
Wow.
it is a scam. She totally did it. She had everything all laid out. I shouldn't say this, but whatever. Because basically she went outside on the phone and she was on her phone and the grease fire happened and she didn't know. And then the fire department showed up and now she's got 25 grand. But she pulled it 3 fucking times, man.
Wow.
Like, you'd think, but she did. She pulled it 3 times. 3 times. And they still paid her.
And you
And
know
she got
what? They don't
more
go
each
after
time.
people like that. They go after ones like us who are innocent and don't have claims and try and screw us.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they'll go after the people who are legit, like you really, really, really did mess up. Right? And they'll give you a hard time. But people who abuse the system and, they're the ones that keep doing it because they know how to scam it. And that's what I'm saying about the whole insurance thing. Like maybe we should, I've been paying insurance for almost 30 years now, man. And it keeps going up and up and up and up and up. And I'm starting to wonder, like, maybe I can't. My wife won't let me fucking torch the place. Jesus Christ.
Well, I left because I live in a community. So the community pays for the common ground insurance, right?
Yep.
I'm reading over the insurance policy and I called them up and I said, what the hell is it that you exactly cover? I said, because according to our covenants, if there's an accident on the part of the road we own, we're not responsible for it. That's between whoever caused the accident and the other driver.
Right.
I said, the well that we have, because we have a well, I said, we needed a new roof and stuff from one of the storms. You wouldn't cover it because you said that the building was built in 86. This is going back about 8 years ago, right?
Yep.
And I said to them, yeah, and you came out, looked at the building and insured it. Now you're telling me you're not going to replace the roof?
Wow.
No.
Can you guys see the chats or no? You guys don't see the
Yeah,
chats.
I see them.
I can't see it.
Oh, Thunder God's got a good point though. Like down in Florida, you don't need a new roof; they have to get one or else. Like insurance, in Florida is a joke. He says. So I had my roof was really crappy, man, and it's not cheap for a roof, man.
No.
Like you're looking at, I got my roof done. I found a buddy who's a roofer, and the agreement was I was not supposed to be up on that damn roof. He was supposed to do it, but it would have taken him a month because he could only work weekends. So he came over here and just went and piecemeal. Like, dude, I need my roof, man. Like, you can't be like come here and do half my roof and whatever. Anyway, so I'm up there smoking a joint, drinking a beer. I'm up on the fucking roof.
God.
Oh no, and I hired a helper too because I needed a ground guy.
Right.
He was supposed to have a ground guy. He didn't bring a ground guy. Don't get me wrong. I love James. He's a good guy, but fuck, man. Like this was not the agreement we had, and everything changed afterwards. So I did take a couple $100 off the fucking pay I gave him for the helper, but he didn't like that. But whatever, man. I wasn't supposed to be up there. Like the deal was, I'm not gonna be on that fucking roof, but I was on the roof, and that roof wouldn't have got done. My roof wouldn't have got done if I wasn't up there. That pissed me off. I hate fucking roofing. I'm a painter, man. I fucking hate roofing. I can roof, but I don't like it. I don't like electrical. I don't like plumbing. Fuck off. I'm a painter. Jeez.
That's another thing. We have the well, right? Underneath ground, there are pipes.
Yeah, well water.
Pipes busted.
Yep.
We called the guy out to fix it up. I called the insurance company. Oh, we're not responsible for the underground pipes. Then what the hell are we paying you for?
Yep. My brother just went through that, and it was like $3,000 or $4,000 for him to fix it.
Yeah. And then the septic system, the pump went and something else happened. There was an electrical problem. I called them. Oh, that's your problem. Then what the hell are we paying you for? Yep. You're telling us we're insured. What the hell is it that we're exactly insured for?
What they deem as insurable and not. And you know what? A lot of people don't know this is that you have to fight. And I had to fight. So last year or the year before I was leaving work, okay, I worked afternoons at the time. And it was actually somebody from my work. I don't know who. But he ran me off the road and it was in the middle of winter and I ended up in a ditch, okay? So I called like the, towing company. I was like, come get me, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So I come home, I get my car towed. Obviously I couldn't drive it, right? He gets me out of the ditch, he drives me home. Bad snowstorm. I call the insurance company the next day, never had a claim, been with them for like 20 years, right? So they're like, oh, well, we're going to raise your rates because of this. And I'm like, fuck you are. I said, I've never had a claim. And I have claims insurance that if I do have a claim, you can't raise my rates. So like we went back and forth and they ended up fixing my car and they did not raise my rates. But it was a huge argument, but I won.
Well, I had the same thing. My daughter was driving our car and a deer hit it. Okay.
Yep.
And I told her, don't get crazy. We'll call the insurance company because she was under our insurance.
Yep.
I said, don't worry about it. I called the insurance company. They told us where to bring the car.
Yep.
And I took pictures of the car because it was on the passenger side.
Yep.
And the deer hair was still stuck in the doors.
Right.
And I took pictures. It goes to the mechanics. The insurance company calls me and says, well, how do we know it wasn't reckless driving that she did, Yeah. I says, come on. And they said, how do we know a deer hit the car? I said, because I have the pictures with the deer hair in the door, in the passenger side's door. I mean, it destroyed the whole side of my car.
Yeah.
And they wound up paying for it because I submitted the pictures. I said, no. I said, we're not paying for it.
You're very lucky because my friend had that same experience and they did say it was reckless driving and they would not cover it at all.
Nope. Because the deer came shooting out of the woods out of nowhere and hit the side of the door.
Yep.
And I've seen, these deer are crazy. And I told my daughter, I says, listen, when it comes to the end of October through the beginning of December, you have to be careful when you drive. I says, because they mate.
Yeah.
And when they mate, they
They're
come running
mobile.
across
Yep. Yep.
that's it.
Yep.
I said, so you have to be careful.
Who's
Yep.
mating now? What's going on with the mating?
The deer. And I can totally
All right.
appreciate that, Carol, because I lived in the country for many years and I've always looked for animals because you never know.
They belong in the barbecue.
Well, you want to hear a funny story?
I do.
A couple of weeks ago, one of my neighbors says to me, are you going to call the game warden? I said, for what? She goes, there's a bear hibernating under your deck.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, he or she was there.
Oh my God.
It was a black bear. So I said, yeah, and what do you want me to do? I said, the game warden is only going to chase it back into the woods. It's going to come back.
Yeah.
So she goes, aren't you afraid? I said, no, because I don't feed it. I don't go near it.
Right.
And I know one thing. She goes, what's that? I said, nobody's going to be dumb enough to try to break into my house with a bear underneath my back deck.
That's right. Good security. You want to hear a crazy story? I lived in Calgary for 5 years, which is the foothills of the mountains, okay?
I got a bear, man.
I had just dropped Andrew off at work. It was like 6 in the morning. I was driving beside somebody and we were going about 60, 70 kilometers an hour. And all of a sudden he hit his brakes. So I knew there was an animal. I thought it was a dog. It was right in the urban city center. It was a fucking moose. I didn't even see it. He would have took me right out. Like he would have ran right through me. It was insane, but they had to kill it because a panicked moose he's like 5,000 pounds. This thing. It was huge.
Yeah, they're massive, man.
Really massive. I couldn't believe how massive.
No, they'll fuck you up.
Especially
I've seen cars that hit moose and they're demolished, man.
You don't realize how big they are until they're on you. This was bigger than an elephant, no joke.
Yeah, they're big. They're big.
My husband.
And the problem is because their legs are so tall, so when you hit them, the most of the weight of them lands on the windshield and will kill you. Because I had one friend lived, and I seen the car. He was driving an Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme. It was an '86 Olds Cutlass. I think he was driving. Everybody knows their cars.
Yeah.
And he fucking ducked like this. He went and he ducked towards the passenger side as he hit this moose. And if he didn't duck like this, he would have been dead because the steering wheel, that moose, man, because it launched. Because you hit the legs, because they're all fucking spiny little spindly little legs.
Yes.
So they're top heavy. So when you hit them and the fucking hood of your car, just gravity does the rest of the work, and the fucking thing just lands right where you are and behind the windshield, and takes you right the fuck out. And if he didn't duck down at that last second, he would have been dead.
Well, if I didn't see that guy beside me hit the brake suddenly, that moose would have literally ran through my driver's seat. Like I did not see him coming at all, and nor did I expect it in the middle of a big city, But that was insanity.
Yeah. No, they're no joke, especially up north, man. Like they're no joke.
Or the mountains, dude. The mountains are fucking crazy.
Yeah, you got to have a proper grill on the front of your car, and even that doesn't help because, like I said, once you hit them with the grill and they go up over your hood, they're fucking taking you out your head. So like, unless you go like that, duck, even then, like you're flying doing 100K and you hit that shit.
Well, and what people don't realize is they're actually very aggressive animals, man. Like, and when they're panicked, you can't predict their behavior. So it's like, oh my God, what are we gonna do?
Well, that was like my husband. He went out on the front porch. He was drinking coffee, and I guess the bear decided to wake up from the back of the house.
Oh my gosh!
And the bear has a habit. They have a habit. They have a track. They're like the deer. They have their path and they stick to it.
Yeah.
And he came around the side and he's walking in the middle of our driveway here. And my husband's sitting out there drinking his coffee, taking pictures of the bear as he's walking. I said, are you crazy?
Yeah.
And he looks at me. He goes, why? Look at her or look at him. The bear looked at him, just shook its fur, and just kept walking.
Well, you're very lucky because, like when I was in the foothills of the mountains, their theory is a fed bear is a dead bear, and if they don't show fear towards humans, then they're risky because
Yeah.
you know a kid's gonna approach and they're not gonna know, and it's gonna scare them. And when you startle the bear, that's when they attack, right?
Yeah.
What was it? Black bears, you make noise and you scare them away and it'll work.
Yeah, and brown bears.
No, brown bears lay down. Brown bear, you lay down. Black bears, you can scare away. White bears, you're fucked.
Yeah, well, we have black bears up here.
No,
But I
polar
was
bears
laughing.
don't give a fuck. They'll kill you.
Then my girlfriend across from me was funny. One night I called her up. I says, Jackie, whatever you do, don't open your front door.
Oh my God.
And she goes, why? What's out there? She thought it was a bear. I says, you have a bobcat laying on your welcome mat.
Oh
Do
my God.
not-
Now those are scary.
Yes. I said, do not open your front door.
Yep.
She thought I was joking. She went to her front window to look out the window and she
Uh-huh.
goes, oh my God.
Yeah.
She says, you're serious. I says, yep. Don't go out there. Don't do anything. Because it was at nighttime. I guess it just wanted to take a nap,
Want
whatever.
some whiskers?
It must
Wow.
have found its prey and
Yeah,
decided,
they're
okay,
predators. Yep.
I'm full. I'm going to just chill. And
Yep.
he picked her doorway
feed
to
the cougar.
chill on. Yep.
Oh my God.
I was like, I've seen everything up here.
Me too.
You know,
Yep.
The
Yep.
only thing I can't deal with up here are the snakes
Yep.
and the coyotes. Keep them away from me. Those
For me,
coyotes.
it's the bobcats and those because they're predators, and by the time you see them, they're going to attack you because they will literally like hunt you for hours and you won't even know it. Because like this is the mountain area that I was talking about, right? Like maybe it's different in where you are, but these guys like they weren't fed a lot, right? Like it was the Rocky Mountains, like it's free for all there, but we went on a hiking thing once and Andrew was stalked by like I think it was a bobcat. And I was like, dude, if that ever happens that I'm there, like I'll fucking just die of a stroke right there. Like, don't worry about it.
Well, you know what the problem here is? A
What?
lot of the people from the city moved up. See, I was smart.
The city.
because-
The city. It's
Yep.
Yeah, I'm being honest.
Yep.
But I was like raised up here because my uncle had property up in the woods. So we used to come up here for vacations for the
Yeah.
summer.
so you're not a cityite. You're familiar with the city, and I don't like that term cityite, but I know there are a lot.
It's a real thing. It is.
I know it is, man, because we were out shooting pellet guns one time. We stopped on the side of the road out in the country one time. We saw a big. We didn't ask permission. We were idiots. We were cityots. We had pellet guns and stuff, and we want to take the boy out. We're out in the country, and we thought what we saw was a deserted area. We could go safely shoot the pellet guns.
Oh my
And this
God.
fucking guy, no, but this guy came and showed up, started beating my buddy's car with a hammer, and he started fucking coming up to us, threatening all of us with a hammer. And we're all standing there with like pellet guns in our hand, like we could have peppered the shit out of him, but it's his property. It's his property. We were in the wrong.
Well, not just that, but like
We were in the wrong.
whoever got
So
caught by a game warden, you
This
would
guy
lose your
lost his
vehicle,
shit,
you would be
man, with
fined,
a hammer, man.
everything. Like they take that shit super serious. Out west, you can't hunt unless you have a ticket for a certain kind of animal. And
We were
if you
just
go
shooting
against
cans
them,
on a old fucking field. That's all we were doing. We found an old field that we thought was safe because there was a big sandbank, what we used as a backdrop, so that you didn't have any, strays.
yeah, try that out
So we
west.
were
to
shooting
lose all your
cans. We were
guns,
shooting old
everything.
Alpine cans. These cans right here, man. We were shooting these, and this guy fucking showed up, lost his shit. What are you doing on my property? Like fucking, like he was legit. Fuck. That's why I didn't argue with him. He's lucky I didn't fucking knock him the fuck out because he
Well, he
came up
had
with
a hammer.
He threatened us with a hammer, man. He was threatening us with a hammer. I'm like, dude, I'm standing here with a fucking wooden stock pellet gun. I can crack you with a fucking head right now,
Put it
man.
this way, out west, if you did that, not only would you lose all of your firearms, your vehicle, you'd be fined. You would have to go to jail. Like if you don't have a ticket,
They were
like say
airsoft. We were
Listen,
just
if you
shooting
go like
airsoft.
say they only give out like say 2 tickets for moose or whatever. If you shoot a moose or whatever and you don't have a ticket, you are fined and thrown in jail. Like they take that
Oh
shit
no.
so serious.
The MNR doesn't fuck around, man. If you're messing around, like the guys up north, the Ministry of National Resources up
Yeah.
north, when I was fishing up north, this guy had a Glock, and he had a fucking magazine. Like there was no room all the way around his waist.
Wow.
He had magazines like for his Glock all the way around. I'm like, dude, do you have enough ammunition
That's
there?
not even a fucking hunting.
I was joking. I
gun.
was like, dude, are you sure you have enough ammo there, bud? Like, that's a lot of ammo. I was just kidding around with him. And he goes, when you're up here in the middle of nowhere in Northern Ontario and there's a bunch of drunken fucking Americans with AK-47s, you're going to want lots of ammo, he said. Right? Because he's faced drunken fucking Yankees up north with AK-47s because they're going hunting and they're going fishing. They bring their fucking guns from down south. And
You are not talking about Ontario, are you?
yes, I am.
I have never heard these stories before.
Well, you should talk to some MNR guys, man. They'll fucking tell you. They got some stories. There's a lot of crazy fucking drunken Americans that come up here, man, and go hunting and fishing. And
Right.
Bring their toys.
Well, same thing over here. I mean, you have to have, like she said, like Kim said, you have to have a ticket because they only allow you to hunt the bear
In
or
season,
the deer in seasons. Right. If you shoot them out of season, you're in trouble.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah.
And if you take it apart out in the woods and don't use dispose of the carcass properly, you can get fined for that as well.
Yeah.
It's a really big deal.
But the problem we're having up here is that people are coming up from the city and they think all these animals are cute, so they go and they feed them. That's the worst thing you can do.
Don't feed the deer, man.
I don't feed deer. I don't feed bear. My cousin, she's a dope. She has like 6-7 acres up in the woods, right?
Yeah.
With that house.
Yeah.
And she has a pool with a deck around it.
Yeah.
Well, she goes out one morning and she sees the bear with the cubs. And she decides to start throwing bread to the bears.
Oh my God.
So they're eating the bread. She runs out of bread. All of a sudden, the bear comes up on her back deck and he's at her glass doors.
Yeah.
Okay. And now she's up because she wants more food.
Right.
She's standing up.
Oh,
so
boy.
my cousin had to close her drapes and very slowly walk away.
Yeah.
I said, they'll be back, Laura.
Oh, yeah.
She goes, nah. The next day, she gets up. She goes, I'm going to go for a swim. Why don't you come with me? I says, nah, I'll stay down in town.
Yep.
Sure enough, she goes to go out in the pool. She calls me up. She ran back in the house. She goes, those 3 effing cubs in that mother bed, they're swimming in my pool.
That's hilarious. But that's a lesson because the moms get really protective of the cubs, you know?
Right.
Yep.
And
I'm not swimming with the bears. I refuse to swim with the bears.
I told her, why did you feed them? You knew they were going to come back.
Yep.
She had a bunch of, what was it, a baby raccoons or something in the back.
Yep.
They were just, they were small. They were babies.
Yeah, they'll rip the shit out of your roof and get into your house, man. You don't want them around.
No, you don't know what she did. She's a dummy. She's there, and she had a barbecue. She had a barbecue, and she takes the leftover franks and the meat and whatever.
Oh God!
And she throws it out. And I said, Laura, what are you doing?
Yeah.
She goes, well, I don't want to throw it in the garbage. Let them eat it. I said, you're gonna be sorry.
Yep.
Don't you know? The next day they were running her garbage was all over the place.
Oh yeah.
And she says, Carol, I can't get rid of them. I says, I told you not to feed them. Duh, learn.
Yep.
You did it with the bear. Now you did it with the raccoons. You brought it on yourself. Don't call me. I'm not going to help you.
like in the mountains, in the Rocky Mountains, people, like you said, from the city, they think it's cute. Well, like there was people that were feeding the wild animals, and they took a video of it and posted it on social media, and the people tracked them down, and they got a $50,000 fine.
Good.
Yeah,
That's what they deserve.
Yeah, because they don't understand the danger they're putting others in, not themselves even. Who cares about you? But like
Yeah.
others.
Well, one lady was complaining that lives down the back from me. She was complaining the bear keeps coming down, blah 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 blah, from the woods and this and that. And I said to her, "Listen, you got to understand something.
That's
They
their
keep
territory.
they were here before us.
That's
Number
right.
one.
Yep.
Number two, they keep developing around here. You're taking away all their land.
That's
You
right.
should be thankful it's just the bear coming down. Wait
Yep.
till the bobcats, the
Yeah.
coyotes, and whatever else is up there that we don't know about
Yep.
start coming down."
Yep.
I said, because they're taking away their habitat.
That's exactly it. You're exactly right. And they're on the move because now their homes have been moved and their habitats changed, and they're going to
Yeah,
start getting used to city life, and that's when people are in trouble.
yeah. So like, I stay away from all of that. I
Yeah.
think that, they're cute. I hear the thumping every night. I laugh between 11 and 12 o'clock at night. There goes Mama and her cubs, and I can hear them banging up against the siding. I just stay in my house because they're not coming to bother me. They're going down the road or across the road to whoever has their garbage outside, and they're going to
That's,
destroy it, and that's what they do.
that's right. Yep.
Yeah, but I have bonfires in my backyard, man. If I'm sitting in my backyard, I've already had skunks come up and lick my toe a couple times when I was sitting in my backyard. That was weird. But a bear? Like, I'd be worried. Like, I like my backyard. I don't want bears in my backyard.
We
How about
don't
no
have
bears in my
bear.
backyard? That'd be a good idea.
We're too civilized, like too much population here. But up north where my brother and dad's cottage is, they have everything up there, and I won't even take my dog there because it's food for them.
I had a woman that lived across from me. They used to feel bad for the skunks and go out and put food out for them every night.
Fuck that.
And I turned around and called her landlord. And I said, "You better do something with her." I said, "Because this whole development smells a skunk. They're out there every night because she thinks they're cute and she's feeding them."
Dumbass.
Yeah.
No, they were living in that woodpile for a while. So I guess that was part of the problem with the skunk problem in my neighborhood because they were living in my yard.
Well, you know what?
But I burned all that wood, so whatever.
I was smart. Down here, we have a dumpster, right?
Yep.
So I said, I know how to deal with the bear. I called the garbage company, and I told the homeowners around here it's going to cost you an extra $30 a month for the dumpster.
Yep.
I got a bear dumpster. The bear can't open it because it's like a bolt. It goes in, and then you have to pull it out and
I know
turn
exactly
it.
what you mean. Yes, they have them
Right.
around. Yep.
And they haven't figured out how to open up that dumpster.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. And people don't understand. Like, I mean, because we were like, it's considered a national park out there. And I mean, the fines are even steeper because of that, right? And, when you're camping, you can't even leave food anywhere, like any food source, anything. Like, I mean,
your
very,
garbage
very
got to be
dangerous
locked
stuff.
down. Your food's going to be kept away. Got to pay attention. Got to pay attention because I don't want to see animals die. And animals die because it's people's stupidity and laziness.
That's true. That bothers me when I see animals. Let me tell you something. It bothers me more when I see animals die than people. God
Me
forbid
too,
me.
Carol. Me too.
Because
it's because people's fucking complacency and their laziness and their ignorance, right? Like
Well,
people's
animals
ignorance.
are innocent usually, right?
Yeah. This is why we're talking. Like, don't feed them. Don't feed the animals. Why don't you feed the animals? Because you're going to get them killed. Right?
Yep.
Not only that, I trust animals over people.
Yep. Me too.
I love animals too, man. I'm an animal lover, man, big time. Over people, yes. I shouldn't. Because people, I love you guys. You guys are awesome. I love you guys more than animals.
Well, thanks. I feel the same way, but you can read their energy, and they're not deceitful, they're not evil,
Yeah.
they're not anything.
Oh, some of them are
They just
pricks.
love
Hey,
you.
easy.
You
There's
know?
cats. Cats are fucking assholes. Come on, you know that.
Oh
Yeah, I don't like
no,
that.
no, come on. I had 3. They're all gone now, but I never
That's
had a
good.
problem with them. The only thing I couldn't take was that I was constantly vacuuming hardwood floors because of their hair.
Yeah.
That's
But
funny.
I
That's the
had them.
tumbleweeds.
I
They
had them
they just roll
trained.
by.
They weren't allowed on my furniture. They weren't allowed upstairs near the bedrooms. I kept all the doors locked.
I've
They were
never been a cat person. I see them walking on counters, like in your kitchen. Fuck.
no, they didn't do it for me. They were confined to the basement. You know,
Yep.
their food was down there. Their litter box was down there. I left them down there. I would go down and play with them. They would come up. The furthest they would go is to my front windows or to the
Hmm.
back door and sit there and just stare at the windows. Or if it was
Watch the birds and
summertime,
shit. Yeah. Yeah.
right. That was it. And then when they went, we got a dog.
Yeah.
And I got a pit bull.
I've
And
always been a dog
everybody's
lover. Always.
I got tumbleweeds in my house right now. I just go.
Yeah.
and
I'm
everybody
like,
said to me, "Are you nuts? You got a pit bull?" I said, "It all depends on how you raise them."
That's
Because I
right.
got her when she was a puppy.
Yep.
yeah, it
And
doesn't matter though.
she is the sweetest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My granddaughter rides her like she's a horse. And
The
and
only thing,
my
yeah, but the only thing about pit bulls, my best friend had a pit bull for 6 years, maybe a little bit longer, and that dog was around all his kids. He's got 5 kids, and each one of those kids was raised with that dog, and that
Mhm.
was the Nana dog.
Yep.
But one day that dog, like dogs do, doesn't matter what breed of dog you are, dogs sometimes will bite you, and they will just go. Sometimes dogs go kooky and they'll bite you. And when they bite you,
They
well, it's
can.
time
They
for you to
can.
go. Then you got to put it down. And so we had to put that fucking pit bull down.
Well,
Oh
not these
wow.
days. You don't have to, but back then, yes, you did. If it got blood, the taste of blood, they said you would have to put them down. But there's
Yeah.
been times when Dakota has nipped at people that he doesn't trust, and I'm concerned for that. But I
Yeah. Well,
keep
when it
him away.
bites kids,
You know,
it's time for it to go. And no,
he's never like bit like where somebody needs stitches, but he will nip to let them know don't fuck around. You know.
I got scars all over me from dog bites. I'm not a big dog lover, man. So you're not.
I don't
I
know.
know.
I don't have a
Sorry.
problem with
I
her.
love dogs, but I'm telling you, it's dog owners that fucking get on my nerves because
Right.
it's who raises the dog.
I
Well,
agree,
that's what I'm
100%.
saying. I had her trained, you know, with a trainer
Yep.
since she's a puppy.
Yep.
And when I walk with her, I know when she's, you know, I trust her instincts over my own.
Yep. I agree.
If she starts to like fuss around and starts to growl, then I
Yeah.
know the person's no good.
That's right.
And I just put my hands up and I tell the person, back away, you know,
Yep.
let me get her in a different direction because you're going to wind up in the hospital or worse.
That's
Because
right.
I could see the way she's moving that she's getting into an attack mode because she's trying to protect me.
Yep.
So I just walk her the other way. And
Yep.
but she's funny because as I'm walking her, she keeps turning her head to see if the person's following in the same direction.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
other
Dakota's
than that,
very
and
almost
I've
overprotective, sort of.
right. And I've only had a problem with like that twice in the whole 8 years we have her.
Yep.
So with everybody else, she's fine. She's even fine with other dogs.
I don't know, man. The next time a dog bites me, man, I'm fucking punching it in the fucking head. Like, I didn't do it last time because there were new neighbors that moved in behind me, and I was petting one dog that they were dog sitting,
Yep.
and their dog, which was a bull mastiff, pit bull
Yep.
mix, he couldn't hold it, and it fucking bit my fucking hand, bit my arm. I got a big chunk out of my fucking arm. Anyways,
Oh,
whatever.
wow.
Yeah, whatever. Well, welcome to the neighborhood. Thanks. Because I was petting the old dog they were watching, and he got jealous, and so he bit me. Whatever. Control your dog. If you can't hold your dog and you can't control your dog, don't fucking take it out for walks, man.
Well,
Whatever.
that's exactly why I say they should have trainers.
No,
Because it
man,
all
I'm telling you,
depends
man.
on
Next
how
time
you
the
train
dog bites me, I'm punching the fucking dog in the head. I'm gonna punch the owner in the head too.
it.
Right?
I agree with you, Carol. I've always gotten dogs from puppies, so you know their demeanor. I train them myself. I know I can read my dog better than he can read me. Like, I mean, I know when, it's just certain vibes he gets, and I know when he's getting them most times, and it's like, I trust him,
She makes me laugh. She goes and gets her leash when she wants to go out. When she's got to go, she goes and gets her own leash.
Yeah, that's
And
so
she
cute.
and she like sits there looking at me like, let's go or I'm gonna go in the house.
Aw,
So I take her.
yep,
I come back. She sits in my kitchen and she waits because
yep,
she knows because she went, I'm gonna go get her a treat.
yep,
And she sits there and she waits for it. And she
yeah,
takes it right from my hand. She doesn't like grab it out of my hand or anything.
No.
yep,
She's very gentle. She just takes it. And then she'll look at me to see if she's going to get another one. And I tell her, Maya.
yep,
Mm-mm.
all gone.
And then
That's
she'll go
funny.
lay down.
That's funny because Dakota, he will not eat or drink without me, and I need to be sitting and I need to tell him. I know when he's hungry, and I'm like, go and eat. You don't need me to tell you, but it's just he won't do it without me. It's funny.
Because it's a pride thing. It's
Well, it's because I don't
because
share
you're part
his
of his
love with the
pride, man.
family,
You're part of
right?
his
Like,
pride. He wants no, but
well,
you're the alpha,
yeah,
right?
because I don't have like 5 people in the house. It's just me and him for 7 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
you're
he just.
the alpha, and he's waiting for the alpha to let you know it's okay. Is it okay to eat, Mom?
It's
Can I
sad
eat
because when
now?
I go away, like I have friends that'll take care of him, and he will literally not eat without me. Like they have to put peanut butter or something in his bowl. Like it's sad, actually.
Yeah, he loves you.
He does.
Oh, she makes me laugh because she'll sit in the living room and she'll look at me if I'm watching TV.
Yep.
Like, am I allowed to come up there and sit with you?
Oh.
And then if I tell her yes, she'll come up and she'll lay her head on my lap and she'll
Yep.
just go to sleep and chill out.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
know nobody's going to come near my house between her and the bear in the back. Nobody's going to come near me.
You got
I
it
had some
covered.
good dogs. I had some really good dogs growing up, man. I had Snoopy, was an ex-RCMP dog when I was a kid back in '77. Yeah, I'm old. Back in
So am I.
'77, I used to ride this dog. I used to have a cowboy I used to have 2 6-shooters and a cowboy hat and a vest, and I would ride Snoopy. And I named it Snoopy, even though that's not what the dog's name was. It was a female dog, and I fucking wanted to be a male, but it wasn't. It was a female. And she was a retired RCMP dog, and she used to let me fucking ride her, man. She didn't like it, but she let me do it. That dog could have bit my face off, man, easily. I was like 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old, riding this dog like a cowboy. Hee-haw! Grabbing it by the scruff of the neck.
Yep.
And just walking around, and we had a fenced-in pen for it.
Yep.
And the cop that owned the dog used to come back once in a while and visit it and shit.
Yep.
This was Listowel, Ontario, 1977. Yeah, it was my first dog. Was a retired RCMP dog.
Wow.
Wow.
And I got along with another RCMP dog that was retired back when I was in a group home for being a fuck up. And I went to this fucking fenced-in area where this big fucking German Shepherd, and it was all barky, and they're like, stay away from that dog, man. We're not responsible if you get bit by that dog. I'm like, whatever.
Right.
And I fucking made best friends with that dog, man. I was if you scratch a dog's bum, you're his best friend for
You
life.
want to laugh?
Yes.
There was this German Shepherd. It had to be at least 4 or 5 years old. It was sitting on my front porch. And I thought it belonged to somebody that it got lost, whatever.
Uh-huh.
So I had some leftover ham, baked ham in the house.
Mm.
So I went outside and I put the bowl of ham out for her or him, and I put out a bowl of water. I
Yep.
called the local, I don't know what you call them, the shelter, the
Yep.
animal shelter.
Yep.
And I asked them, I said, do you know anybody that's missing a German Shepherd? The guy says to me, hold him there. So I said, why? He goes, he got out of here. I said, okay. He
Escape
comes,
artist.
wait, he comes with this other guy, and he has the dog chain. And he comes up to me and he says, to me, you can put the chain on him because he likes you.
Mm.
He says he won't let me near him. So I looked at him and I says to him, why he won't let you near him? If he's
Right.
been in your shelter, why is he so afraid of you but
Yeah,
not
why doesn't he
afraid
like
of
it?
me?
Yep.
Right?
You know, so I
Good
felt
question.
bad.
Yep.
And I had to go put the chain on this dog because I called my husband at work. I was upset. And I said to him, I want to keep this dog.
Mm.
And my husband says to me, you can't. You got 2 cats in the house.
Yep.
He's going to kill the cats. Don't be stupid. So I said, well, I'll keep him in the garage. I says, I just feel something's wrong here.
Yeah, don't want to give him back to these guys
I
because
didn't
the
want to
dog
give
left
him
for a
back.
reason, right? Yeah.
Right. Anyway, I gave the dog back because my husband kept saying no. I find out 2 weeks later it escaped again and the guys couldn't find him.
Aw.
So I guess somebody else picked it up and
Yeah.
took it in.
Yeah.
But I felt
No,
so
find his
bad.
own home. And some animals will just. Oh, man, I never wanted a cat again, man. If I buried every fucking cat I had, I'd have 6 dead cats in my backyard. For fuck's sake, I have a pet cemetery.
I know,
But
I already have
within
3
20 years,
that
right?
died.
No, but cats will come to my house and they just make themselves at home. They do. They just come here and they go, I want to live here now.
Yeah.
That's the way it is. Like cats just come, like Boots, my last cat. He came to the door, just propped up in the front of my front. I got a big glass screen door, so it's all glass.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Leave the door open so I can see out front because I'm nosy. So I got this big glass screen door and it's open all the time. And this cat just came right up to my door and looked in. So what the fuck is this all about? So I opened the door and let him in. And he walked into my house. And he walked around like he was like inspecting the place, like checking it out. Like I could live here.
Well,
That's funny.
And
Well,
he did. He lived here ever since. And
I believe it. The 3 cats I had, well, 2 of the 3 were rescues from the woods. They were
Yep.
kittens, and I took them. And I took them to the vet and everything.
They picked
And-
you.
They
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Dakota
Animals
then-
will
did.
pick you, man.
I
They'll pick
had
you.
my last dog for 14 years and she died of a stroke and I was so heartbroken. And I didn't know how long it would take me to get another dog, but I knew I would because I just have that love for dogs, right? Well, this just happened to come and I was like, my last dog was my suck, but she was super shy with others, right? Until she knew you. Well, this time I wanted something completely different because I didn't want it to feel like he was replacing her, right? So there was a litter of 9 dogs, and I just stood back and I was like, I'm going to see what happens. And Dakota looked at me like he knew me, wagged his tail, and just ran to me. And I was like, I guess you're mine. Let's go.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Well, it was funny because last week there was a stray cat in the back here. And my husband saw it and he goes, oh, Carol, there's a cat back there. I said, where? And I went running. And he goes, oh, no, you don't. And I said, what? He goes, I know what you're going to do. You're going to go out, you're going to get it, you're going to take it to the vet, and it's not leaving.
Yep.
And I said, yeah, where is it? And I went out looking for it and I couldn't find it. I said, son of a bitch. I was so upset because I couldn't find it.
Yep, I've done that.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I'd rather
yeah.
take them in, get them straightened out at the vet, than have them getting killed on the road.
Yeah.
You know, or having another
Kinda
animal
cold,
get
because
them.
it gets cold up here, man, in Canada, man. Like, yeah, it's. I had a
Yeah, well,
black cat coming around here looking at my house, and like he wanted to live here. It was getting pretty cold. Then when the temperatures started getting cold, that's when you start getting weird cats coming to your door. Like, but they're they're feral. They want nothing to do with you, but they want in, but they don't want in. I don't know if it makes any sense.
no, it does.
Sad that people do that with their pets.
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't
every
understand how
month when
people do.
people on welfare that fucking move out every month, they leave their cats out. So at the end of every month, what's the beginning of the month, you'll see stray cats all the time in East Hamilton because fucking people move out and they can't take their cats with them, so they leave their cats behind.
I would never do that. Like, if I have to get rid of
see it
Dakota,
all
that's
the
the end of
time,
me.
man. I see it
I'm
all
telling you right
fucking
now.
time. And dogs and cats, mostly cats though, not dogs.
That upsets me because every time I see a commercial on the TV for the abandoned animals
Me
Yeah.
too.
and they're trying to get them adopted, my husband
Mhm.
changes the channel. He says, because I know you'll go adopt them all.
I would do a dog rescue, but I would end up keeping them all. And I can't handle when they die, like, oh my God, I'm a wreck. You know what I mean? It's just, no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I
There's a lot of
feel every
cool
time I
dogs, man.
see them.
Yeah.
My sister's dog, Sadie. I miss her, man. She got along with cats, and my cats that I had at the time hated dogs.
Yep.
But I dog sat that dog a few times while they were away for a week or two at a time, and by the end of the week, it was getting along with my cats, and that dog, man, I could go on my mountain bike, and that dog would fucking pull me. Right? And then poop as it's fucking running. It's like, what are you doing? Like, you're pooping and running and pooping at the same time.
Yeah, Sasha with my last dog. She would do that.
Because she didn't want to stop. She just wanted to keep running. She's having so much fun. She's pooping and she's running. Like, you're running and pooping at the same time? Is that possible?
You know what really upsets me is COVID really messed with a lot of people's animals. Like, I mean, it affected Dakota, and I was watching the Work Campaigns channel, and he's like, don't even look at my dog. Don't even talk to my dog. It's a COVID puppy. Like, he only responds to me. Like, if you look at him, he'll bite you. You know what I mean? And I was just like, I get that because they weren't socialized properly.
Right.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Your dog's not bitey, is it?
No. He can be, but not like bite you, like leave scars or anything, but nip at you. But I think it's more out of like nervousness. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that could be.
And like I said before, it's just me and him, so he is overprotective, and I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's his job, right?
But once he knows you, oh fuck, he'll come lay right on you, and he don't care. Like, and he's like 150 pounds, like he don't care. He'll lay on you.
Yeah,
so
Maya's
he still thinks he's a puppy still.
He does, very much so. He's my life. I love him.
Thinks he's still a pup. You're not a pup anymore. Come on.
Okay, Kim, I'm sorry, but I gotta go because I gotta get up in a couple of hours.
That is okay. I love you coming on, Carol. You are just so fun and entertaining to talk to you. I could listen to you all day. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
No, you're welcome, honey. Anytime.
All right. You have a good night, hon.
You too. And you too, Chris.
See you, dear.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I love that New York accent, man. I fucking
Me
love
too, dude. I know a lot of people that have it. It's just like I could listen to them talk all day.
That's so cool.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. They add R's, like my one buddy, he's like, you know, he'll be like Angela. you know? Right. It's hilarious.
When I get really drunk, I'm not drunk yet, but when I do get hammered, my East Coast accent sometimes comes out.
Yeah, my one ex from many years ago, like in my 20s, he was a newfie, and I swear they need subtitles, man. Like, it was just
subtitles.
Yeah, you couldn't understand. It was like they would do it on purpose. I swear. Totally.
Cape Bretoners are the same way, man. You gotta have that. Yep, you need subtitles for Cape Bretoners.
Totally. Yep. He would call home and it's like, Jesus,
I can't
understand. Like, oh my God.
And they start laughing like, ha 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 ha, like you're supposed to know what they're talking about. I don't know what the fuck.
Oh, they used to do it on purpose. I swear to God. Like, it was like,
yeah, they do.
Yep, it was funny. Yeah.
Thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, no worries. Are you going
again,
to?
I apologize for falling asleep there last time.
Oh, no worries.
Oh, that was embarrassing. I was out.
I don't
Holy
think you
shit.
were on much longer than we, like when we got off, I don't think you were, it was much longer before you woke up
It was
and
an hour. It was at least an hour. I was out.
Oh, was it? Okay, well, there you go.
Grant. Oh, Grant. I know.
At least you weren't talking or farting or something, you know, or
No,
snoring.
I wasn't doing that. I wasn't. No, because that's why Matt got me this new microphone because you couldn't hear anything. Couldn't hear me
That's why
snore.
you sound better. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got a new mic now, thanks to Matt.
Right
Thanks,
on.
Matt. Yeah. So you couldn't hear me snore last time because I was out for an hour, man. An hour.
Yeah, you did. Well, when I seen you move, I started like yelling your name, and I was like, "Don't make me get my fucking megaphone out."
I know, man. I was watching it the next day with Matt, and I'm like, "Wake up! Come on, wake up!
Yeah.
Wake up! Oh, he's awake! He's awake! He's awake!" And then he was back out again. I was like, "Oh,
That's hilarious.
Fuck's sakes!"
That's hilarious. Fuck.
It's like I woke up once going like this, like because the neck.
Yeah.
So you can see the grit.
I think that's what Grant was saying. He's like, I don't want his neck to be sore. I'm like, dude, he'll probably wake up and have to piss. Like,
oh no, I was pretty stiff the next day. That hurt.
Hey, we're at the age where if you use the wrong pillow, man, you got a sore neck for 2 weeks. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't like falling asleep in the chair, man. It sucks.
I hear you.
It sucks, but I had a long day. But I tried, but I don't know. Grant was blabbing on. Jesus Christ, man. Grant can go on. I love the guy.
For hours and hours, yes, I know.
Right?
Yeah.
That kind of fucking made me go to sleep. I love Grant, man. Hey, Grant, I love you, man. My God, man. Sometimes we go on and I just I shouldn't do this. If I do this and I close my eyes, big mistake.
As long as you don't got to smoke, I worry about people smoking when they're drinking and passing out, man. Fuck.
Oh, fuck. I did that.
That's bad, man. Don't do it.
No, but what was it? 2 months ago? I fell asleep with a cigarette in my hand.
Oh, Jesus.
No, I got a scar. Like, I almost burnt my fucking nuts off, man.
Oh, fuck.
No, I got this. I can't show you the scar.
Yeah, I don't want to see it. I believe you.
I can show you the scar without showing the
I'm good. I believe you. Yep.
Are you sure?
We're all right. Yep.
Come on, let me show you.
I'll take your word for it. Don't get my channel struck down, fucker.
I want to show you my scars, man.
No, man. We don't need to show scars. You just tell me, and it's like, all right. I mean, why would you lie about a scar? You know?
Grant's paying attention. He's like, I love you too, brother. I love you too, man.
Is he? Where is he? Is he in the chat?
Yeah.
I can't see the chat because I'm charging my phone, so I'm not near it. I can just hear.
No, Grant is in the house.
He's not much of a texter in the chat, eh?
Yeah, he's here.
Some people like to just sit in the bushes and watch.
Yeah, there's people in the private chat too. They're
There was
chit chatting. Yeah. Oh, who the hell was it?
In the private chat? Really?
Yeah, private chat. Jerry was in the private chat.
Jerry? Who the fuck's Jerry?
I don't know. Could be.
See, that's one thing you have to be aware of because you haven't been at this game long. I've been around these YouTube streets for a long time. So, like, once you start getting a following and start pissing people off, okay, you'll get trolls. And what they'll do is a lot of different tactics. And I'm not going to put it out there to give them fucking ideas. They know what to do, and I know what they do. I'll tell you later personally, privately. Okay, but you got to watch for this shit because they will set you up to make you lose your channel because they want your shit. They don't want you in their space. You're taking their views. They want your talent, your clout, your following. Like it's retarded. It's like a schoolyard is what it is.
Yeah, I dropped out of high school because I just got tired of punching people out.
Well, I've never been into the drama, but I observe everything and I just take note of it. And when I need to pounce, I pounce.
Yeah, I got tired of punching people out. I don't need to go to institutionalized institution.
I've never been to jail.
To fucking bullying and nonsense and indoctrination. I'm going to start fucking punching people, and when I do, I go to jail. That's what happens.
I've never been to jail. Not even for a
I
night,
have,
not
and
even for
it sucks.
anything.
No, it really sucks in jail, man. It's not fun.
That's why I've
Not fun.
always made sure to not go, because I would not do well there.
No, you do okay there.
No, I
You
would
do.
not. I do not
Yeah,
like being told what to do. I'm claustrophobic. You can't
No, I
fucking
know.
lock me up.
You would get along with the girls in there because you
No,
got
I
the
would
right
not. I would
attitude.
not. Well, yes, I would, but I would not get along with like the authority, and that's where the problem would be. And it's just I don't want to go. I don't want to be there. I like my freedom.
Yeah,
You
me
know?
too. Yeah, I like my freedom too. Yeah.
If
but,
I want to go somewhere, I'm going, and I don't
what
give
kind
a
of freedom do we have? Like, there's not much difference between, to me, because
To
I've
me,
been in jail. No, but
yeah.
to me, I've been in jail. So to me, there isn't much difference between jail and what we have is reality in the outside life right now. We have
You
an
know what?
illusion of
You know what
freedom
freedom is for
outside
me right
reality.
now. Even is something as
jail.
simple as going in my car and going for a drive. If shit's too much and I need to clear my head,
The
I
get
go
lost
for a
drives,
drive,
I
I
miss.
blast the tunes, and I just
Mm.
clear my head and I chill. And that's like if I can't do what I want when I want, it just
Yeah.
I don't know what it does to me, but it makes me want to rebel like really badly.
Yeah. Well,
I
free
guess
hot
it's
in the
I guess
cot
it's
and being surrounded by every fucking arsehole in the city. That's jail.
well, that's why I've always not gone, because I know I wouldn't do well there. Like, I mean, it just wouldn't happen.
But you're surrounded by a whole bunch of other arseholes too. So you just got to figure out which arsehole you like the most and get rid of the ones you don't like. So that's jail. You're constantly trying to bounce people off the fucking reins that you don't like. So it's kind of like the internet.
I have very many communities that I am involved in on these YouTube streets, and there's one that they always talk about like jail stories and shit like that, right? And it's like, so get this for logic, okay? Make this make sense. See someone's a repeat, say, I don't know, criminal of whatever sort, okay? And say this person gets a significant amount of time in jail. Now you've surrounded them with other like-minded people and given them contacts to other people to grow their community. Like, it doesn't make sense. It's not rehabilitation. It's institutionalization. Like,
indoctrination.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And then they go after the ones that have a different opinion.
Jails in the UK are ISIS breeding grounds, right? Like they're
in the UK. You've been to jail there?
Yeah, they're
really?
If you don't convert to Islam in jail in UK.
Wait a second. You've been in jail in the UK?
No, I haven't. No, but I know people who have.
You just said
no, but I know people who have, and I've heard like I've been to jail here in Canada.
Well, yeah,
so I understand jail. I understand you lose all your rights. You are at their fucking mercy.
That's how I feel like we're living in society
right now. Once they put the cuffs on you, you are fucked. You are fucked.
That's how I feel living in society, and it's like it's just I don't know.
And they can but they can put the cuffs on you for any little reason. They can just make up charges like mischief and send you to jail for a long time until you're guilty until proven innocent.
Okay, listen to this. You know who Chris Barber is from the Freedom Convoy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he was on Mark Friesen's channel the other day, and you know what he said? For the charges that he's facing, which is mischief, counseling, or no, what is it? Something about I don't know, but mischief basically not following a court order, counseling to commit mischief. He's facing 2 to 10 years federal.
Yeah.
For mischief.
For mischief.
But they can let a murderer
how do you face
on bail.
Federal time for mischief? That's
yeah, but people are getting let out on bail for murder.
That's 2 years plus a day for mischief.
Yeah.
2 years plus a day. The judge told me last time I saw a judge in a courtroom, which was 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago.
Well, that's good.
No, it was well over 20 years ago.
That's good.
The judge told me that if I ever got in another bar fight again, I would be facing 2 years plus a day, which would be federal. Because that's enough for your bar fighting nonsense.
Well, yeah, because you're not learning your lesson, in other words, right? Like
you need to stop bar fighting, stop your nonsense. I get it. So I did. I got it. I'm not going to do it. But if I get another bar fight, I'm going to do 2 years plus a day for defending myself.
Okay, well, listen, we're fucking old now, and we don't need to be going to bars and getting in fucking bar fights. Okay,
I hate bars. I went to a fucking bar the other night for a dag party, man, on Friday. I didn't like it. I did not like. It's like a fucking destination wedding. It's like, oh, I'm gonna have you're invited to our wedding, but it's in Cuba, right?
Yeah, I'm not going.
It's the same thing to me. Like, what? Like, listen, man, you guys want to get your fucking little get together, fucking nonsense? Don't do it at a fucking bar. Nobody can afford that shit. I spent $185 that night, man. I paid for the pool. I bought the first round. And nobody even fucking acknowledged that. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. It's the boys. But still, it's like, why would you invite me to a place called the Broken Q or Crooked Q and you don't even want to play pool? It's like, what the fuck, man?
I like pool, actually. We don't have enough pool bars.
I want to play pool, but they all want to sit around and talk like a bunch of grandmas. Jesus fucking Christ.
Because we're old, dude.
I know we're old, man, but I didn't want to sit around and just sit around. Like, let's go sit by the pool table and drink some beers, man. Like, I'm a bar guy. I'll belly up to the bar and sit at the bar.
I used to be. I'm not anymore. I don't like it.
I don't want to sit around
a
table and sit there and talk about fucking stupid shit and fucking whatever, man. I'm too old for this fucking nonsense.
I used to be into that life when I was younger. Now I'm too old for it. I have no patience for it, and I don't trust anybody. I'm watching what everybody's fucking doing.
Not me either, man. I'm in this, you know, as much as I love Jeremy and the whole DAG thing, I love it, but it's I don't fucking, I avoid drama like the fucking plague.
Me too, and I'm a girl.
Yeah.
Go figure.
And I'm a girl, she says.
Well, a lot of people think that women have drama, and I cannot, and I've never been a part of it, nor do I like it. I do pay attention to it because it shows people's true colors. I see a lot of things happening right now that it's changed my opinion of a lot of people that I thought I had pegged, and it was like, all right, I'm just paying attention, keeping it in the files, and let's see where this goes. You know what I mean? Keep
it in the file, exactly.
I got a memory like a fucking lawyer, dude. Don't fuck with me. I will remember it. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, like, it's crazy to see all of this fighting and people that you thought were in things for different reasons, and then you find out, like, I don't want to name names. We'll talk about it in private, but like,
I know. Yes, we will.
One
definitely.
dude I talked to who thought they were like heavily involved in this, and the first thing they said to me when they called me was, "How does it feel to talk to so and so?" And I was just like, "Dude, I don't think as much of you as you think of you, right? Like, it's like, get over your fucking self, loser. Like, I hate egos. Like, put it aside. You're a nobody. We're all equal. Right. Fuck off."
Exactly, man. Like, I'm nobody, man. I know I'm nobody. I've always known I'm fucking Mr. Chris Nobody.
But they're throwing names around and riding people's coattails and trying to push all these agendas, and it's just like, I see right through you, and if you don't think I do, it's hilarious. Like, but I don't say nothing. I just let them play their game, and it's like it's entertainment, you know. But I'm not getting involved in that. You know,
it's entertainment, but I mean, like. We have to all speak out. Like, we're not all going to agree with everybody. We're not all going to agree with each other 100% ever.
I'm very outspoken.
I know, but we'll all never agree 100%, and we shouldn't.
I don't care if people disagree with me. I've always said that. Like, but you need to be respectful. If you start coming at me sideways, you're going to get fucking ghetto fabulous out of me. Like, I mean, it's just the way it is.
Fabulous?
But if you disagree with me and can explain yourself in a way that makes sense and logical, I will listen to you, and I will talk to you, and I will engage you. I won't treat you like you're less than because you think different than me.
Back up there a second. Ghetto fabulous?
Oh yeah.
What is that? Please explain.
Well, it means that I could be really. Pardon?
Is that some kneecapping with the old baseball bat? Old school?
No. I don't. Hey, listen, I told you I've never been to jail, okay? It means that I don't need to get physical. My mouth is a weapon, man. Like, I can be like your best friend, or if you fuck me over, I can be like your worst fucking nightmare, dude. It takes a lot to get me to that point. I don't just flip a switch like some people. But if you are not a person of integrity,
Ghetto fabulous. That was a good fucking term.
It's true.
I never heard that.
Hey, listen, I grew up in Hamilton, and you can take the girl out of the hammer, but you can't take that attitude away. And
I know. I married one, man. I know.
You got to, like, you're a product of your environment, right? But I can also carry myself in a way that I can get along with anybody and I can be respectful and I can carry on a conversation. Yes, I swear, but I don't think that makes me a bad person. I have good morals. I'm trustworthy. I do what I say I'm going to do. I used to be very loyal, but loyalty is a thing of the past now because people don't value that.
Right.
And it makes me mad that I've given my loyalty to people that are not worthy of it.
You don't, it's not reciprocated. Yes.
Yeah, that I've proven every reason to not give them my loyalty.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Dan, how's it going?
I learned that over the years.
Dan is from the War Campaign. I love this dude.
Dan Marshall says, "Hail Kim."
Yes, he's a good dude.
Grant's in there still.
I'm very happy that the War Campaign has been doing live streams at night because I can't catch the ones in the day when I'm at work, right? And so they've been doing, live streams at night. And the other night, I just have to say this because this is the way that I am, because I am outspoken. There was somebody there who is very controversial, and he went to Rose's actual house. And
went to his house. Oh,
yes. So hear me out first before.
Yeah, sorry.
So he purposely tries to be controversial, but my fear is because I have so much respect for Ro that I don't want him to get taken by this person who I don't think is who they are portraying themselves to be. And I would hate to see somebody take advantage of his kindness. You know what I'm saying?
Bro's stupid though. He's not.
He's not stupid at all. He's brilliant. I think he's a savant actually. But I hope that he's not persuaded by the wrong people, because like I'll fucking throat punch that fucker.
I love the throat punch, man. The fucking throat punch, eh? Can't go wrong with a good throat punch.
Well, there's certain ways that you can defend yourself, that you don't need weapons, and one of them is a throat punch. And like you can really fuck somebody up that way because you're not expecting it. Like, tell me about it, sister. I work Friday to Sunday each week. These weekend streams were hard for me to keep up with. Yeah, I hear you. I'm currently off at the moment. Probably, I don't know, for a couple weeks anyways, until I sort my situation out. But yeah, it's like working days would seem ideal, but when you have appointments or when you want to catch a fucking live stream, you can't. And I feel like a very good sense of community in that chat. And it sucks. Like, I mean, I catch the shows after, but it's like, it's not the same as participating, So, hey, what do you think about Trudeau getting the fucking decision 2 weeks earlier than the public from Rouleau?
We expect, man.
I know, but I mean,
we all need this. But Rouleau's fucking. We have such an incestual thing with our government. Like, you can't get a job for Irving unless you have a family member that's in Irving. You can't be a firefighter unless you have an uncle or a father who's a firefighter. What?
What's Irving?
Oh, Irving Oil down in St. John. So New Brunswick.
Oh, gotcha.
That's the big thing down in New Brunswick. Like, oh, you got a job with Irving, you're in. Like,
same with Alberta, right?
No, you're just a bitch for Irving. Like,
yeah.
Same as Moosehead Breweries. And like, there's only so many big companies down there you can work for and make money. It's not like the Golden Horseshoe where the Golden Horseshoe is called the Golden Horseshoe for a friggin' reason, guys. If you want to work, there's no excuse not to have a job in the Golden Horseshoe, even now. Like, you can make $28 an hour. You can make $28 an hour as an apprentice sweeping a fucking broom right now. If you're willing to show up on time. All you have to do is show up on time. Just show the fuck up on time. That's all you got to do. And you can make good money right now.
Right now, there's a shortage of trade.
But nobody wants to show up. Nobody wants to come. Nobody wants to do it. Why? Because it's beneath me or whatever.
There's a shortage in trades right now, and they're offering free training in welding, which you can make over $40-50 an hour once you're certified.
Once you're certified. So after 3 years, okay, so you make $28 an hour for 3 years, being yelled at because you're learning.
Yeah.
After 3 years, after being yelled at for 3 years, now you got your ticket. You go write your test. You get your ticket, and they stop yelling at you.
Well, you got to earn your stripes, man, in any industry, no matter what.
Yes, you're getting yelled at for a reason because you're fucking up.
Dude, I've worked a man's job for 25 years of my life. You don't think I know what this bullshit's about?
Yeah,
Trust me.
you're learning, man. Stop. Don't ever think that you're. I've been painting for almost well over 30 years, man, and I'm still fucking learning. Like they're coming out with stuff now, like new tips for sprayers. They're coming out with new sprayers. They're coming out with all these different
Technology is wiping out jobs.
No, but the technology is making the jobs easier for us.
Yeah, that's what you
If you're
think. But
paying
you go into a
attention,
store
right?
and it's all automated, and now there's no fucking jobs. So it's easier is not always better.
No, but hands-on, like I'm a painter, so that job will never ever go away. Like there's
My
no
job
machine
could-
that's gonna
My
fucking paint
job
your house.
could easily be taken over by a robot, and that's ultimately what they're gonna do.
No machine's gonna paint your house for you. I've thought about it. There might be a couple machines that will do stuff, but you can't get a machine to paint your house for you, man. Like it'll take you longer to set up the machine to do the work than it would if you just fucking go and paint it. Like
That's hilarious.
they haven't got that far yet.
Give it a couple years.
Yeah.
I worked in an industry that I could, like, it's universal skills. I could put in any facet of this. Like I could work in the healthcare, I could work in automotive, I could work in food. Like it's logistics, warehousing and logistics, and I could take it anywhere. And I have, except for on the road.
I work kitchens. I've done kitchens before. That's a stress-induced fucking environment, man.
What do you mean kitchen? Like a cook?
Yeah, I worked at McDonald's when I was 14. Worked in the jail kitchen when I was in jail. That was. I worked my way up. No, but I worked my way up in the kitchen in jail. I worked my way from the line to the kitchen to bakery to this and to that. I'm
not really sure what any of that means.
I know, but so like I worked my way up.
It means you get 2 pieces of meat or what? Is that what it means?
It just means that if you're really, really good at what you do, they'll move you up to an easier job. Kind of, they just want to move you around, and they moved me around to see what I could do, and I could do every fucking job there was in that fucking kitchen, and I excelled at it, and they liked it to the point where I could have naps in the fucking pantry. So I'm having naps on the fucking bag. There's these great big fucking sacks of rice and noodles and shit, and in the pantry. And I used to make a fucking bed and just go crash in it. And the guy that ran the kitchen in jail fucking would come in there with a whole bunch of pots and pans and just drop them.
Wake up, fucker.
And it was so fucking loud, man. It was, oh my God. Like you heard it like throughout the whole fucking jail. That's how loud it was.
I have been underestimated most of my life, and I love watching them when it's like, oh fuck. You know what I mean?
No,
sometimes I pretend I don't know as much as I do because
there's a lot of good people out there,
man.
No matter where you are, there's good people out there, and you know, if you find yourself in jail and hard times, there's good people in there still too.
I will never find myself in jail, no matter fucking what. Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Knock it off the jail.
I would highly recommend not going to jail.
I will never go to jail. It will not happen. I've managed to get this far of my life without it. If you have a record, you cannot get the type of work that I do. I would not be able to pass a criminal background check. I would not be able to work.
Yeah.
So how do these criminals get like jobs? Is what I want to know.
I never gave a shit about my criminal record background check.
I
don't travel the States, so
you probably most of your shit was probably on your own, right? Your own business or worked with buddies or whatever, private company. Yeah, I've worked for big corporations that you need to pass a background check, and it's like, what do you do if you have one?
How about don't go work for someone who has an HR department ever.
Every place I've ever worked, like I work in places that have hundreds of employees, dude. Like they have HR, they have me, and it's like.
No,
you know,
I'm not working. If you have an HR department, I'm not fucking working for you.
Well, I can't get away from it
because I'll be up on fucking charges of fucking swearing too much or something.
That's hilarious that you say that because I refuse to work in places that don't have HR. You know why? Because for what I do, if they don't have HR, that means they're a fucking shitty company and they know it.
No, it means they're not under your thumb.
No, not for what I do. Different industry, bud. Totally different.
I don't want an HR department. No.
I don't want to
No
deal with
HR
HR,
departments.
but they better be there and they better be on my side. And you know what? Like, it's funny.
No, they shouldn't. You shouldn't have an HR department at all. You deal with your shit in house. If there's a female employee, say I work for a painting company that has 30 employees, and there's 2 girls that work there, and one girl says, "Oh, fuckface over here is fucking saying some inappropriate shit," we'll straighten that fucker out right quick. I don't need an HR department to fucking deal with that crap.
Okay, now let's talk real life and for what I do. We have an HR and we have a union, okay? And I did have a problem with a couple of the guys, and I don't say anything because I know how this game is played and I'm not going to do it, but whatever.
No, you straighten the fucker out.
I do, but whatever. Okay, so I had a problem with one supervisor, and like I wanted to talk to him because he was starting to be a real fucking douche. Like, I mean, real bad. Like, and it was like, before this escalates into either me losing my shit and getting disciplined because I got nothing in my employee file, I wanted to have a meeting with him, but I didn't trust him, so I wanted my union rep there, right? Yeah. It got to the point that, like, unless I talked to him, I was going to have a voice recorder in my pocket. That's how bad I didn't trust this guy, okay? So I go to my union rep and I said, listen, go talk to this fucking guy and say that I want a meeting up front, and we're going to hash this out before it grows into something bigger than what it needs to be. Right. Well, my union rep went up to him and said, hey, Kim wants a meeting. And you know what he said? He said, no, there's nothing wrong. And I said, you know what? There is something wrong, and he's going to fuck it. So I went up front about it, which I didn't want to do. But it's like, dude, you're my supervisor. You can set me up in any fucking way you want, and they're going to take your word over mine because that's just the way it goes, right? And I'm not having that. I'm not going to be in a position for that. No. So for the first time in over 3 years that I've been with the same company, never had a problem, I went up front about this guy, right? Because I just wanted it simply documented. So if something happened, I could say it's because of him, right? Mm-hmm. So I did that, and nothing happened, which I knew was not going to happen. And I really didn't care because I had the seniority to go on days. And I was like, well, fuck this guy. I'm out of here. I'm just going to go to day shifts because I don't need this bullshit. So I left, okay? And now I'm on days, whatever. Well, now since I'm gone, he's had the same problem with, I'm going to say at least a minimum, and I'm not kidding, 4 or 5 more employees. There's another investigation that's been ongoing since like November about this guy, and they just keep allowing this behavior to continue. Like, do they want someone to come in with a freaking weapon one day and go postal? Like, is that what they're trying to provoke?
Yeah, that's where going postal term comes from. Yeah.
Well, and I feel like that's the state of the world, and I feel like they keep doing things that they know are purposely divisive and causing people to react in an emotional way.
Yeah,
where they're not
I didn't have fun with the union. When I was with the union, these fucking Italian guys for this Italian company I worked for. They would all sit there and talk about me in Italian and think that I didn't understand what they like. I can understand Italian is fucking Latin, guys. Like, I'm not an idiot.
Yeah.
No, but I know when you're talking about me behind my back, in front of my face in Italian. It's like,
right. You can feel the vibe.
No, but they get all angry because I wouldn't sit and eat with them.
Yeah.
Because you're sitting there talking about me in front of my face, you fucker. Like, I don't like Italians for that reason.
Well, it's not.
A lot of them are very two-faced.
It's not specific to a culture, though. You can't say it's all one culture.
Whatever. They're like the French. The fucking Italian rifle and the French rifle have been dropped twice and fired once. I don't give a fuck. They're cowards.
No. You can't say because you had a bad experience with a couple dudes that the whole...
I worked with enough of them to know they're all fucking cowards. There's some really fucking good ones, but they're like cops. There's like one really cool one out of fucking what?
Okay,
100?
That's the only time that statement is true, is most of the cops are fucking assholes from what they've shown themselves to be like lately, but
yeah, they've shown themselves to be what they are, cowards.
I feel like the decisions that they are doing and the actions that they are taking are purposely trying to make people act in a way that's going to enforce them to use violence against us. They want the war.
They want you to get angry and do something violent so that they can fucking put the boot harder.
I've already seen that
shit.
They've
been doing that for a long time. They want to put the boot harder, and they want you to react so they can put the boot harder.
Listen, there might be times that I come on here and I say things, or I'm emotional, or I say shit because I'm mad, but I'll tell you one thing, is that I do not do anything physically. I might come out and say like blah, 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 but I think my actions through on a very deep level. Like, I'm a very analytical thinker, okay?
But words are things like we should be allowed to say the words, right? But
You
they
would
want
think.
to stop us from saying the words now. Like, we can't say the words anymore.
Yes, we can, and it makes me want to do
Because-
it more when they say we can't.
Because they want us to be violent. They want us to do something. They
I'm
want us
not
to
going
do
to give them
something.
that reaction. That's not how everybody solves problems.
I don't think they realize that if we actually do something, they're fucked.
I
Right.
think they do realize it, but here's the thing, like I said before, is not everybody reacts that way. And you can try and push
No,
every
that's why they're
single
going after the
button you
guns.
want.
They're scared, man. They're scared. That's why they're going after the guns right now, because they're scared. They know that there's like 2 million guns out there right now that they don't know.
Do you remember the stream that we had with Mr. Smith and Chris Trock? Remember that? And they were saying that they're doing the same thing there. And it's part of the American Constitution that they have the right to bear arms. And
yeah, the ATF's
they will go to a civil war over it, where Canadians won't. Like, we just get pushed around, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we picked the wrong side in 1812, man.
I don't know about that, but I can tell you about the last couple of years, and I can tell you from what I've seen, and the climate from last year to this year is not as kumbaya. You know what I mean? From what I seen in Hamilton, holy shit, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, we're past the point of fucking kumbaya shit now. Really.
Yeah, we're angry. Like, I mean, people are.
Yeah. You're not gonna see a kumbaya fucking shit that we've seen in Ottawa. Like, you can't duplicate that. You can't. That was spontaneous. That was organic. That happened. It caught them by surprise, and we caught them by surprise. We caught them with their pants down. Really.
Yeah.
They had no idea how the fuck. Like, look at them. They're all like in the inquiry, like, we didn't know. We didn't know. Well, nobody knew what to do because we caught them by surprise.
It's pretty bad.
You're not going to catch them by surprise again that way.
Dude, when you have a chief of police, when you have the chief of police sitting up there saying there was violence, but not the criminal code version of violence,
right?
Sounds and words are violence.
Redefine what violence is.
Do you know how fucking stupid you make yourselves look? Like, I mean, the world is watching. Like, you're never going to live this shit down. It's never going to leave your. It's going to follow you for the rest of your life. What you did to us, and we'll never forget. I will never forget. I didn't even know what an LRAD machine was. I thought it was a tank. I had to look it up, and someone's like, "Kim, if that thing goes off, you're gonna fucking be deaf." And I'm like, "Oh."
Yeah, history is not going to forget what these guys did, and we woke up the world, like the eyes of the world, like the world, man. Like, everybody around the world was flying Canadian flags and shit, man. That was fucking cool. Like, how cool is that?
This is going to be a busy month because
nobody ever looks at Canada. Who the fuck is Canada? Canada's like the little peaceful hippie fucking above United States country.
Yeah,
like,
well, fuck around and find out. We'll see how we roll.
No, but there's fucking Canadian flags flying all around the world, man, in support.
My prediction, and I could be wrong, and this is just
my God, man, I cried tears of joy, man, when the convoy.
So did I, dude. So did I.
Yeah.
But my prediction is there's a lot going to be happening in February. The decision is going to come out. We're not going to get justice. It's going to create a storm that's been brewing for a long time, and I don't know how it's going to play out this time. I really don't.
I do. It's no.
Well, I think I do, but I hope I'm wrong. Is what I'm saying.
No, there'll be no accountability until there's accountability, man. Like, who's gonna create the accountability?
The people.
These judges and prosecutors that we have right now, we got 4 guys in Coots right now, still sitting in jail for a year.
Yeah, they tried to do a convoy to Coots and they shut them down. They wouldn't let them in.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. No, there's some ass kick. We need some ass kicking times. I'm not advocating for violence, but Lord, snap and thunder and Jesus by, there's some people need to be fucking held accountable, and if we don't do it soon, this country's fucked.
Well, I mean, I have zero faith in anybody, from the politicians to the police to the judges to the mayors to the everybody's involved in every level. Hospital,
it's a big fucking club, and we're not in it.
Yeah, I want to be part of it. Like, pay me off $100 million. I'll shut the fuck up too. Like, woo woo, you know, like I'll go away happy.
I will do it for half your fucking salary.
Yeah.
Actually, if I get elected mayor of St. John tomorrow, I would fucking do it for free, because that city's in the shit. It needs help.
You know
And I
what?
will work for
Maybe
free.
those positions should be free because then there won't be any corruption.
Right. I'll work for free for a year. I'll put 30 hours a week in to help that city. Of course, I'll have like dental or something. You can't be free. But maybe a case of beer.
Free beer. Hey, work for beer.
I'll work for beer, man, and
Yep.
I'll fucking help City of St. John fucking turn around. Like, that's not hard to do. I'll tell you exactly how I'll do it, and they ain't gonna like it.
Well, my personal opinion is they need to be shocked into reality, and Trudeau's never going to get it because he has had privilege his entire life, and he needs to go see all the people on the streets that are homeless, that are starving, that are stealing to survive. And it's not all because of drug addiction and all that shit. It's because of the cost of living is making us crazy.
I'm listening.
And he needs to go to the slums and see what his real decisions are doing to people's real lives. And then maybe, but no, he's too much of a fucking narcissist. He won't get it. He'll never admit he's wrong. He'll just double down.
No, man. He's not gonna. No, he's lived with a silver spoon up his ass for so long. He is. And I can't even.
He's
never ever gonna. He doesn't get it, man. He doesn't get it. We're his enemy. He looks at us old stock Canadians like we're a bunch of racist, redneck, plaid wearing fucking idiots. And meanwhile, he's
where's his wife, man? I haven't seen her in a picture for fucking years with him. I think she left his ass. I would.
Oh no, she's banging that fucking black dude there. I guess.
What black dude?
I don't know, that fucking rapper or I don't fucking know.
Justin Trudeau's wife.
Yeah, wasn't she banging that Ezra guy or is?
No, that's Rebel News. What are you talking about, dude?
No, not Ezra not Ezra Levant.
Oh, well then I don't know.
No, wasn't Trudeau's wife fucking that fucking black guy from the UK?
I have no clue.
There was some black dude rapper or something that she was banging.
No.
I don't fucking care. I really don't give
I don't know who she's with, but all I know is that I haven't seen them in a picture.
I'm surprised the Trudeau family hasn't been fucking
Shush, don't say it. I know where you're going with it.
The Russian Revolution and
I know where you're going with it. Don't say it.
No, the Russian Revolution.
Yeah.
Where they wiped out the whole goddamn family.
Yeah. Don't say anything like that. I don't provoke that. I don't encourage that.
I don't promote that either. I'm just saying I'm lucky. He's lucky that shit doesn't happen to him because I'm sure he's scared of that because
security. Like
so if your actions are creating your security and your life to a point where you have to worry that you're going to be Romanoved. Yeah. Then you should fucking change your actions and change your fucking ways.
But narcissists do not have the ability to do that. They will not ever admit they're wrong. They will never question themselves. They will always blame everybody else, no matter fucking what.
His security team's a joke. Have you looked at the guys that are fucking working security for that fucking knob?
No.
No, none of them want to be there. And the ones that are there, they're fucked in it. I can tell just by looking at them. They're fucking. You're not JTF2, bud. You're fucking tier fucking 1. You're way the fuck down there, man. Like he does not have the fucking top notch fucking Navy SEAL fucking guys you think that he has around him. Those are all little yes men, and it's sad. For how you can sleep at night defending that fucking goof is beyond me.
That's what I've said before is like how many like sleeping pills are these people taking to be able to sleep knowing that they are ruining
that fucking goof. Yeah.
Thousands of people's lives are literally homeless. They can't eat. They can't even afford a roof over their head anymore.
Your brothers are committing suicide. Your brothers that you went and fought with and served with are committing suicide and signing up for maids. And you're standing there fucking defending that fucking goof who's responsible for it all. Have a good night's sleep, bud.
Yeah. And that's a really...
It's disturbing.
It is disturbing. And I don't want to say too much, but I can relate.
Why not? Why not? CISA's listening. They don't care.
Because they
like
don't
us.
care. And I don't want to hurt the ones that do care. So
No, they like us. They're on our side, but they don't do fuck all about anything. So whatever, they're getting paid.
yeah, but the people that stand by and do nothing are just as fucking bad as the ones doing it, in my
Yes,
opinion.
exactly. And that's what I'm talking about.
The excuse of saying I was just following orders doesn't fly with me. Fuck off.
Nope, not me either, man. Your following orders nonsense does not fucking fly with me, man. Nope.
Yeah.
Does not. I'm just following orders.
Yeah,
just
that
good
doesn't.
Get the libs out.
After what we have seen lately, like with all the information coming out, looking back on hindsight and seeing everything play out the way it has, maybe in the beginning, but if you still stand by that, I was just following orders or I'm still just doing my job, then you need to fucking go sign up for the maid that you want everybody else to sign up for.
Yeah.
Because you know what happens? The good ones, people like me, are the ones that go and do that shit. Not the ones that make
Don't ever do that. Don't ever do it.
I'm on the edge, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
I've been on the edge many, many times, man. Don't.
No, I've never been closer to the edge.
I know. I know what the
and
edge
I don't want to
feels
hurt anybody because I have PTSD from Andrew doing it, and I know what that is, and I don't want to pass his pain to anybody else. But dude, I've never been in this situation before. I'm so scared. Like,
yeah,
it's just a recipe for disaster. And the things that I've said to my family and my friends, and I just.
No, there's some things you say you can't take back. I get that.
Well, no, like I mean.
No, but when you're fucking hurting and shit, and you'll say things and you can't take back. I get it.
Well, because like I don't want them to be caught off guard if something does go sideways, and I thought I was actually doing them a favor, and it turns out, no, I wasn't at all. They're pissed, and some of them don't want to talk to me anymore. And it's like, well, you know what? When you're faced with my,
I'd rather
tell me what you would do.
I'd rather still be alive and be a pain in everybody's ass than not be here. Because as long as I'm alive, I can still fucking annoy people. I can't annoy anybody if I'm dead.
This isn't my choice to be in this situation. It's that I feel like I don't have any other choice.
You have choices. I'm telling you, move to Bigot Street. God damn it. Oh, it's a frat house, though, man. Like they could use a woman. It could use a woman's touch. They could use a woman's touch, man. If you live there, my God, you would straighten them the fuck out fast.
Yeah, but listen, it's not my job to do that. First of all,
I know.
I got lots of guy friends that I've been friends with for years, even guys that I work with, and then all of a sudden they just turn real fucking weird and creepy on me, and I don't like it. And it's like, I'm not good at like being nice about it. I'm just like, ew, no, right? Like, what the fuck?
No, I know. I don't think you have to worry about that, though.
I think I do, because it's happening with every guy that I fucking know. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, leave me alone. Pretend I'm a guy. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, I kind of look at you like as one of the
I have no desire to be in a relationship of any fucking sort. Like,
to me, you're one of the guys, man. It's all right. I
am one of the guys, and that's how I want to be looked at. Don't look at me.
But I understand you're a woman, and I understand, you're a woman. I understand that, but I kind of do look at you as one of the guys.
Purposely tried to portray that out to the public, right? Because I don't want to be in this situation. But I even have like 67-year-old guys like ask me out. I'm like, are you fucking insane? You're like 10 years younger than my dad. Get the fuck out of here. It's awkward. And I don't want to be in a situation where in 2 months from now, I'm going to have to fucking move again because something's awkward. You know what I mean?
Well, what if it works out?
What if it don't?
I don't know.
You're like, the glass is half full. And I'm like, dude, the glass is fucking broken. It's been stepped on. Like, it's in pieces. Like, what the fuck, Because
I know those guys.
I can't be caught off.
I'm just saying. All I'm saying is I know those guys. I know them. So
yeah, how well?
Well enough. Well enough. Well enough to know that I'm just down the.
How many years?
Well enough to know that I'm just down the road. That if anything goes wrong, I'm right here. That's kind of how well. Anything goes south, man. You know where I'm at. I'm right
How
down
many
the fucking
fucking years
road.
do you know these guys?
I've known Matt for a long time, years. Slip I've known for 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that long, to be honest. But
Well,
okay.
I got Slip the place up the road. What I'm talking about, right? On Bigot
I know.
Street.
Yeah, I know.
I got him that place because he needed to get the fuck out of his where he was at. And I know Matt didn't want any roommates.
Well, and that's the thing. And I don't want to be in a position where I'm at someone's mercy where they could just be like, you know what, get the fuck out of here.
No, but if Matt's fucking willing, you should hear him on it because you know, he's got a heart of gold, man. Does he ever have a heart of gold? He's a good guy, really good guy. They're both good guys, man. I wouldn't recommend this if they weren't. That's all.
I hear you, but
I just try to find solutions, man. When someone tells me that they're in a fucking pickle, I rack my brains and I try to think of how to fix it.
so do I, and that's why I'm in a state of panic because I've never been in this spot before. Like I've always had
I
a
have.
plan. I've always had like a plan A, B, C, D. Like, you know,
Yeah.
I've never been at like someone's mercy where it's like, okay, what the fuck? And it's not a good feeling.
No, but this is why you find your friends, and this is what we're supposed to do. In my opinion, this is what we're supposed to do. If someone needs something, someone's in dire straits, you fucking help them out, man.
Well, here's the thing, right? Is that I have always been that person. And like, I mean, I have overextended myself for like people in my life that I've known for like 25 fucking years.
Right.
And I don't know if it's like the world or what the fuck, but it's changed. And I find more kindness from strangers than I do from people that are supposed to say they love me. And it's like, what the fuck
We're
is
not
wrong with the
strangers,
picture?
Kim. We're
Pardon?
not strangers, man. We're not strangers.
No, I know, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like, I mean, you would think that it'd be like the people that you've known, like your own goddamn family.
Like childhood friends and family and shit should be there.
Yeah, they just want to struggle. They don't give a fuck. Like, no, nothing, you know. And it's like, do you think I would do that to somebody ever? Never.
I've realized that this whole blood thicker than water bullshit is bullshit. Like I got friends from
it is
when I was 6 years old, and I'm still they're like family to me. I have friends that are more family to me than my own family. My family,
dude. And
my family is solid as a soup fucking sandwich.
Yeah. It's like trying to hold running water.
Yeah, my family is solid as a soup sandwich, man. They're not solid at all.
But that's actually very disappointing to me because I've always had like, but you know what my problem is a lot of my people, the ones that would do this, are dead. I have had a lot of friends, cancer, car accidents, suicides. Like, it's just.
Yeah, me too.
More than my dad, even. And it's like, dude, I'm not even 50 yet. Like, what the fuck is wrong with the picture?
Yeah, me too, man.
You know,
I can rattle off a few names of friends I grew up with that are gone now.
Same.
Drinking and driving was a few of them back in I got a few New Brunswick friends that are dead from drinking and driving.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't drive anymore, man.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I don't drive anymore. I stopped. I got my first DUI about maybe 12 years ago.
Yeah.
And I stopped driving. I just stopped. That's it. I got one DUI, not driving anymore. I'll pick your poison, man. Either gonna drive or you're gonna drink. Pick it.
Yeah,
you can't do both, man.
That's the thing. Like, that's why when everybody's like, "Oh, come on to Hamilton, have some drinks," it's like, dude, I live in a different city. Like, how the fuck you think you're gonna drive home in rain?
I like my beer.
I don't. I drink vodka.
I don't like driving because driving is like I was driving to Toronto every day. Took me 2 hours to get there, 2 hours to get back.
Yeah, on top of 10 hours.
I made really good fucking money. I made awesome money. I worked at Pearson International Airport for about 4 years, painting. Made fucking awesome money. Commuted back and forth every fucking day. The drive itself was more stressful than my whole fucking day.
I did the same. I went as far as Brampton, and then I'm like, you know what? I don't care how much money you're offering me. Like, I'm not doing this anymore. 14-hour days, fuck you.
Right, and all my money went into my car.
Yep.
So what's the point? So all my money is going into me driving if you look at the money, like my wife's a bookkeeper, man, so she's fucking keeping track of that shit. I'm keeping track of this shit too. Like I know all my money goes into me having a car.
Yep.
So if I don't drive, I can still do what I do. I can still make the same money sometimes if I want to.
I couldn't survive without a car. That is my definition of freedom is driving. Honestly, it really is. If I want to go somewhere, I'm not at someone's mercy. I don't got to wait for a bus. I don't got to worry about shit. Like I'm just going and that's it. Like, let's go.
And everybody's saying I should get my license back. I don't want to get my license back, man. I don't want it back. I don't want to join that. I don't want to do it again. I don't want to do it anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I don't.
And your wife don't drive either, right?
No, she walks to work. She has a good job. She makes good money. And I need to get my ass back to work too, at least part-time, doing something, bringing some dough too.
But yeah, you need to do something constructive right? Just for your own sanity.
Yeah, I know. It's wintertime. I usually hibernate this time of year.
Well, I mean, yeah. If I could, you know what's
springtime is usually when I fucking go out and I'll paint people's houses outside and shit.
I don't know.
I'll do exteriors in the spring and summer and then mostly fall, spring and fall.
I seen this thing earlier that I shared, and it was like, oh, how does everybody on like welfare or on the system have like the newest technology, and how do? And I was like, because they're all scamming assholes. They got side hustles. They're fucking, I'm too honest to steal. I'm too fat to be a hooker. And you know what I mean? Like, fuck off.
Well, I could probably go on disability and work under the table.
But I'm a worker though. I don't need to scam. I just want to make an honest living.
I don't want to be on a dole. I don't want to be in a fucking government dole. Worst thing you could ever do.
Oh yeah.
Because then they own you. Then they own you.
Yep. They think they do.
Yes. It's their money. It's coming out of their pocket, and they think they own you, and they will make you jump through fucking hoops for them. Here, jump through this hoop, little doggy, because they own you now. And I do not want to be under their fucking thumb, man.
But I know people that are living on the system that are able to fucking travel every couple months and this and that. And then they're like, oh, I need to go to the food bank. And I'm like, dude, no, you fucking don't. If you can go to a different province every month, like, fuck you.
Hey, Ron saying good night there.
Good night, Ron. Sorry I wasn't.
Pay attention to your chat.
Yeah, I wasn't. I apologize. Have a good one. Sorry it's so late or early. I don't know what it is.
It's 3:45, man. Fucking, it's past your bedtime.
No, I'm off work, so if I had to work, it would be like almost time to get up, actually.
Yeah, Michelle will be up. I might just stay up and put the kettle on for her.
Well, I got to call a lawyer first thing in the morning and find out if I have any rights or a leg to stand on, or if I got to fucking just put all my shit at the curb. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Like, I mean, gotta find out.
Lawyer wouldn't be a bad idea.
Oh, yeah, I'm calling them first thing. Like, hook me up, bud.
I wonder if has there anyone recommended a lawyer or no? Like,
I left a message.
Have you reached out to any of the dags or no?
No, I don't tell people my problems. This is a new thing for me. I'm telling you right now. Like I don't talk about my shit.
Listen, Kim. Listen, man. When you're in the shit, you need to reach out because
What do you think I'm doing here? Hello?
What are you talking about?
What do you think I'm doing lately? I have opened up about shit, which I normally would never do.
I know you don't. I know you don't like to either, right?
Because it shows your weakness to people.
We're all vulnerable sometimes, man. We're all going.
I don't like that. It makes me feel like a fucking bullseye.
Sometimes you gotta take your fucking pride and put it in your back pocket, right?
Yeah, because if I have to get rid of my dog, it's game over. I'm telling you.
No, you're not getting rid of your dog. Stop.
If I can't take him with me somewhere, I'm getting a bus driver job, a truck driver job.
No, your dog stays with. Be silly.
He's my dude, man. Like, he wouldn't even do good without me either. I'm telling you right now, he wouldn't.
No, man, it's your best friend, man. Settle down. You don't separate. You don't separate fucking dog from owner, man. Ever. That would be the worst thing for that dog.
It really would, because he doesn't even eat without me. I'm telling you, like.
Yeah. He's just sucky.
It's crazy, like when you have a family and share that dog's love, you're not the only thing in its life that in
It
the
stresses them out too. It's like
Very
cats and
much.
dogs are the
Yes.
same way. They get stressed out, and it fucks them up.
Dogs are all about routine, and if you change anything about it,
Yeah.
they get fucked up like people, you know?
Humans are the same way too.
I know. I know. I am too. And without structure, I can
And
get
our
myself
government right
involved.
now is doing everything they can to stress us the fuck out to the point where we're gonna go cuckoo.
Why
they
do you
want
think I'm
that.
reaching out when I normally wouldn't? Because I don't want them to win.
They're not gonna win, man. They're not gonna win.
That's
And
why
I'm
I would
hoping that
rather
I see it in
talk.
our lifetime too. I'm hoping I see some accountability in my lifetime before I die.
This is why I'm reaching out, because if I kept these thoughts in my head, I would react in a way that would hurt others, and I don't want to do that. Okay, straight up.
Yeah,
So
me
I
either,
am
man.
putting myself in a line where I'm not comfortable at all. It's very awkward and but I'm doing it because I don't want to let them win,
Nope.
and
Fuck
that's
'em.
what they want. Why do you think they're
Yes.
pushing this through at this time with all of this other shit going on? It's not done by accident.
Nope, they're doing this all on purpose. They've been doing it for a long time. They've been fucking just pissing us off and pissing us off, doing everything the opposite of what we want on purpose to piss us off so that we'll react. And then when we react, they're like, see, we told you, these guys over here, right? Because they want us to react.
Just
It's
remember these words, okay? No matter what they say,
so
is that they
gay,
did not
Ashley.
meet the
It's
threshold to invoke the Emergencies Act. No matter what, they did not meet the threshold. I don't care what anybody says. They know it.
It's kind of lame, really. The way they're doing it is kind of lame. Like they're doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. It's like they're poking you and poking you and poking you and poking you in the hopes that you react.
Well, if they were on the
violently,
street, I would
so that
have
they can
reacted.
fucking react violently because they know they have the monopoly on the violence, right? Because they own
Oh,
the
yeah.
RCMP, right? The RCMP do their boot licking fucking bullshit for them. So they'll get the RCMP to go trample you and do whatever the fuck they want to do.
Yep.
But they just keep poking so they can send the boys out, and if you want to call them that, send them out and do their dirty work. That's what they're waiting for. But do they honestly think they stand a chance against us if we really fucking went full tilt? Like, if you want to go full tilt,
honestly, I really
they're
don't know
not
the
going to
answer
like
that
it.
because I've
They're
never
gonna lose.
seen
Yeah.
anything like this in my life, or as a Canadian up front, or even the possibility of it happening. So I honestly do not know.
They're going to lose if they go full tilt. And I think they know it. That's why they're going up the guns.
They're not going to lose. They got tanks. They got weapons. They got.
Yeah, they gave our tanks to Ukraine, for fuck's sakes.
You what?
We're giving our tanks away to Ukraine. We don't even have any tanks for ourselves. And they're giving them away to Ukraine.
They
They get tanks.
They got
So they get
horses,
tanks,
yeah.
they get drones. It doesn't matter. Like, when the shit hits the fan, we'll hit them so fucking fast and hard that they'll be done. There won't be any.
Anyways, I have never heard even any rumblings of that, so I don't know.
I know exactly how it's going to go down. You want to know how it's going to go down? I'll tell you. When shit goes down in Canada, it'll be all the fucking people who don't have security will disappear. And then everybody else in the government's going to go, oh, fuck.
All it's going to take is one person to have a set of testicles, and the dominoes will fall as they should.
Lake Ontario is a big lake. And I am Mr. Cement Shoes. And we'll fucking put some cement shoes on you, and you just go disappear, and you're gone. You get a midnight visit.
No, don't be talking silly.
Oh, you get a midnight visit from the boys, and you're gone. That's it. Bye.
Don't be talking silly now. Come on.
No, that's. I'm just telling you. This is how it's going to go down, and they think they're all untouchable.
I don't think that's how it's going to happen. I think it's going to be a long and tedious road before anything. Like, the first step is going to be some sort of action, and if that doesn't happen, then we can have this conversation. But I think there's a couple steps that need to happen first before we have your conversation.
Nobody wants to send you to the bottom of Lake Ontario. If you don't smart the fuck up, you're gonna go to the bottom of Lake Ontario.
Now stop talking silly.
No, I'm talking to
You're
how it's
talking
gonna go down.
silly.
I'm trying to prevent this. I'm trying to prevent this from happening.
But that's not how they're going to see it. So stop talking
They
silly.
want this. They want us to. They're provoking us to do something.
So why
and
are
I'm
you
just telling you,
into
this
it?
is the something that's going to possibly maybe happen, right?
So why are you giving them the excuse to
Because they've already gone over it. They've gone over all the scenarios. The military does it all the time. The military, the Canadian military, already had scenarios laid out professionally on what to do if Quebec separates. And I've had this conversation.
Separate.
I know, but I've had conversations with military guys at a certain bar in Hamilton, not far from the John Weir Foot.
Yeah, no names.
No, I'm not mentioning names. I'm just saying I've talked to fucking top brass from John Weir Foot back in the day, and they told me they actually sit down and they weigh out scenarios. What would happen if Quebec left? So the thing was, if Quebec left Ontario, if they did separate and succeed,
this must be your
no, there was going to be there was going to be a 20-mile radius highway from, because being a Maritimer, I wanted to know what happens in the Maritimes if Quebec leaves.
Quebec is not a part of us. You know that, right?
Listen, what these military brass told me back in the 90s, what they told me was if Quebec leaves, there's going to be a 20-mile radius fucking highway from Ontario to New Brunswick. And the reason for the 20-mile radius is for artillery. Right? That's the distance for artillery. So Quebec wants to leave Canada, they can leave Canada, but there's going to be a 20-mile radius fucking highway on the Trans-Canada all the way through Quebec, whether they like it or not. And that's for artillery. And they were already fucking talking about how the Quebec military, the Van Dews and those guys are going to be Quebec military, and the regiments were going to go with Quebec, and these regiments were going to go with Canada. This was a serious discussion, and they were already planning this shit out. So don't kid me. Like, these guys are fucking sitting down thinking there's think tanks about scenarios. Like, I'm thinking about.
Of course there is, but you know that the last time the War Measures Act was invoked was Pierre Trudeau, and it was because of the Quebec crisis.
Yeah.
And then, you know, Quebec has been separated from us for a while. Like, we have not had ties with them. Like, I was surprised that they were even in Ottawa, to be honest. And happy to see them.
It was pretty cool to see some French guys there, man. Because I love the Frenchers. I love the Frenchies and the Quebecers. I love them. They're fucking awesome.
I wish I could understand them. All I could do was cheers them, hug them.
I know, man. But they listen. Good for them for fucking looking after their own culture, and they want their culture. And believe me when I say Quebec is a distinct society, they do have their own culture. They do.
They had it worse than we did. They did have lockdowns.
If you look at the expulsion of the Acadians, man, that's a fucking brutal history.
Yeah, Andrew was part Acadian. He was also from New Brunswick. You might know him.
Yeah. The expulsion of the Acadians was pretty fucking brutal. They had a pretty good thing going on until the British came there and kicked them all out and fucking shot them and shit. That was not good. That was pretty German fucking World War II.
See, I wasn't attending school. I was out partying and stuff. I had better things to do with my time and go to school. Like, I went to work instead. So I don't know any shit really. Like,
well, it was Catholics because the Protestants didn't like the Catholics, and it's a whole Protestant Catholic fucking bullshit. It was a religious thing. So the expulsion of the Acadians in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia was a religious thing. You pledge allegiance to the king or beat it. So they fucking beat it. They went down to Louisiana, and that's why you got the Cajuns and shit now down states and stuff, right?
Okay.
A little history lesson. Sorry.
Well, hey, I might as well learn sometime.
Well, the expulsion of the Acadians was pretty fucking brutal piece of Canadian history. So if anyone needs reparations, it should be the Acadians.
Really. I think it should be the natives. And
that too. Well, the Acadians, a lot of them were mixed breed too, like Métis and stuff too, as well.
Yeah.
No, because the French always got along with the natives, and they interbred and they had children together, and so, right? Like, Canadians always got along with the natives, man. Like, we got along with them, and we had families together. We hunted together. We fished together and traded together.
Yep.
Canada was, and still is, I think, that way. But our government would have us believe otherwise, right?
Well, it's because of them that it was otherwise, because they fucking took their land and treated them like shit. And,
But we've always been getting along side by side for fucking centuries now, and our government's the one that keeps fucking making the division. Like, well, you shouldn't like that person. You shouldn't like that person. Fuck off. Don't tell me who I should hate and who I shouldn't hate and who I should like and who I shouldn't like. If I like you, I like you. Fuck.
Yep. Same. Well, I think I'm gonna get going.
All right, man.
Getting tired. Good talk,
Thanks
buddy.
for having me on. Yeah, that's 4:00 in the morning. Fuck.
I know. All right, I'll talk to you soon.
All right, man.
Okay, peace.
All right, good night, dear.
Bye.